Hello everyone, my name is Michael, and Arcanum of Steamwork and Magic Obscura is the first game made by the legendary Troika Studios, who also went on to create Temple of Elemental Evil and my pick for one of the greatest RPGs ever made, Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines. Probably in the top 10, definitely in the top 10, maybe even in the top 5. But Arcanum is a game that I barely even remember hearing about back when it came out in 2001, and I only really started to hear more um, critical praise for it coming like in the 2010s when people were looking back and saying it was a classic and so forth. I did not actually get the game until it was on sale on Steam a few years back. God, maybe it was 4 or 5 years now, and I got around to playing it eventually. And the first time I tried it out, I failed miserably. Like, I wasn't feeling it. I wasn't digging the vibes. It all went badly. And I'm a big believer in a vibe check for a game or any sort of media you're engaging with. You know, if you're not in the right mood, you're not going to enjoy it. But I wanted to make this. I wanted to mention this especially, even just to remind myself later on that even if you don't dig a game on your first time through it, don't just give up right away, because it may not be that you dislike the game truly, but that you're just not in the right headspace to play it at that particular moment. And that's what was going on for me. That first time I played it, a couple years ago, I didn't pick the right race slash class, or not class exactly, but they have like your stat point allocation in the game. I didn't really look into how to play it, and this is kind of one of those things that at least I want to read up how to play it properly rather than fumble about like an idiot while doing it. And my original character I started to play as a dwarf, and for some reasons we'll get into in a moment, that's kind of a bad first choice character if you're not aware of some of the game's systems. And I also went for certain skills that we didn't use, but things didn't work out. And the setting for Arcanum is a fascinating one that is much more unusual in the world of RPGs, which mostly are set in the medieval past or the science fiction future. This one is set in the more steampunk era, late 19th century, sort of Bloodborne-ish vibes era. It's a standard fantasy world in some ways, or it was anyway, until about 50 years before the game begins. There were humans, elves, dwarves, orcs, ogres, dragons, magic, gods, all that kind of stuff. But about half a century before the game begins, a very major development occurs. A human steals some technological know-how from the dwarves and brings the power of firearms and steam engines into the fantasy Tolkien-esque kingdoms that he lived in at the time. And that transformed all of society with an industrial revolution. And the effects of that have been to create steam engine trains, the destruction of a lot of the old monarchies, or the humbling and humiliating of those monarchies, the transformation of society from one of a feudal society with swords and plate armor that we would associate with Dungeons and Dragons for the most part, or the Lord of the Rings, for instance, and bring about a world where guns and chemistry and physics and everything are beginning to affect things. So it has a very interesting 1880s kind of vibe to it, where we see what happens to the destruction of those old social systems with the new technology, and how that is going to interact with all of the race relations between the Tolkien-esque fantasy races, and especially with magic. Because in this world, technology cannot easily coexist with magic. Technology works on the natural laws of physics, chemistry, science, and all of that, and magic works by breaking those laws. So if the two are put together, it could have literally explosive results, destroying the machine that you're trying to run, causing an explosion in the steam engine, derailing the train, for instance, and causing the magic to go wildly, unpredictably out of control. And so there's a little bit of vibe there towards one of my favorite fantasy movies as a kid, Ralph Bakshi's Wizards from 1977, which mixes in high modern technology with high fantasy.
An illuminating history bearing on the everlasting struggle for world supremacy, fought between the powers of technology and magic.
And it shows, the major overarching theme of the story is, what is the battle going to be like between technology and magic? Because that's always sort of an issue with these worlds. Why is there never a industrial revolution? Why is there hardly ever even a Renaissance era? Why isn't there a 17th, 18th, 19th century progression into modern times? And it's not like this is the only thing that's ever done that, of course. There have been other things, but it's more unusual. And I think in some ways you're really taking a risk making something in the Arcanum type setting, the steampunk setting, because when people go to play a Tolkien-esque RPG game with, swords and axes and plate mail and everything like that, they're kind of expecting that medievalism, and medievalism, the feeling of pleasure of going into a pre-modern past is part of the enjoyment, which is why I advocate for increased medievalism in video games, making them less like 21st century characters that are in kind of a medieval Westworld screwing around in the Middle Ages. I want people to actually think and act like they are people from the Middle Ages as well as just people having to deal with the technology of the era. So I think you have a chance of alienating people that want the Tolkien-esque fantasy and instead just giving them something they're not quite ready for. But of course, that's the risk you always take with pushing boundaries and making things, subverting expectations and doing things a little bit different. My first character, I decided to make a dwarf, and dwarves in this world are highly linked to technology. It's not like they can't use magic, it's just that they're not usually magically inclined and have a greater tendency towards guns and technological innovations. And unfortunately, if you're just a dwarf who's naturally prone to technology rather than magic, there's a chance of magic not working for you. So your spells may fail more often, and you may even have a hard time of receiving spells, which may be a good thing if it's a bad spell, like a firebolt or something like that. But what if it's a healing spell? Yeah, you may be able to, in a crucial moment, unable to heal your character with magic, which is a huge nuisance there. So the fact that I picked a dwarf as my starting character and didn't know that was a big mistake. This also follows on the old Fallout method of how companions work based on your charisma. You see here under the stats screen it says max followers. You get more followers based on how much charisma you have. So my dwarf character is very uncharismatic, and I didn't understand that because I didn't look up a guide, and I strongly suggest you do that before playing the game. I didn't realize that the number of companions I could have was based on the charisma, and thus I was unable to recruit a very powerful and important melee-based NPC who carried the party for a couple of hours at the beginning of the game, and I needed in the party. It kinda reminded me a little bit of how Fallout 2 worked, where the beginning of the game is much harder if you're not going for melee. It's not exactly like that, but there's some similarities to it. And because I was going more for like a gun use thing, guns also were not very powerful early on in the game and only become powerful far later in the game, which is something I did not understand then. And so my character is very weak and pathetic at the start, and everything seemed much too hard, and I just wasn't feeling the vibe. I just gave up. But after playing Temple of Elemental Evil recently, I wanted to go back and finally try Arcanum again. And I went back, and I was a little worried. I thought I might just give it up, and that I shouldn't have even bothered installing it and getting the unofficial patch and everything. But I instantly enjoyed it. I went with just a standard human melee fighter, sword and board, and everything just clicked into place. I knew, because I looked up a guide to get that early follower. This guy right here, by the way, Sog Meadbug, a very powerful half-ogre. And, I was suddenly in love with the game. It felt as good as early Fallout, and honestly, I like the combat in this game better than Fallout 1 and 2. And I'm serious about that. I've usually heard people more trashing it, but I think the combat is better than in Fallout 1 and 2. It's much faster, even in turn-based. You don't have as much action point penalty for everything you do. I don't think you even have a significant action point penalty for changing your weapons or armor in the middle of combat, or using a potion, whereas they're very persnickety with the action points in Fallout 1 and 2. But yeah, and I've just been adoring the game. I'm fairly well into the game, probably in the last quarter of it right now. I'm around level 40 with a max level of 50. I'm just a regular old human who specialized in melee, got a lot of strength and dexterity, got a teeny little bit of magic, and also persuasion, and got my charisma up a little bit. Getting your persuasion skill up to the expert level allows you to get an extra follower. So 4 is not even your max number of followers. You can have more than that. And, so I could go even more with that. And I also have a little bit of magic. I just have a healing spell, and I have the Conjure Spirit ability, which people who have played Planescape Torment will recognize because it's basically the same thing. It's a spell that if you find the body of a dead person, you can raise their ghost up and talk to them, and that's very helpful for certain quests to interrogate people about what happened, who killed them, how did they die, whatever.
Can you conjure the dead? Can you get my dead whore wife back here so I can lay into her from the other side?
So that is very, very useful. As long as their body is there, you can check that. So it may be worth it just to get some skill point, some points into magic just for that. I haven't done super into magic, I've gone with a mage build, because again, that mage and technology builds seem more like a second, that's like a subsequent playthrough kind of thing, not your first one. Maybe some people can, that's fine, but I was just more comfortable just thwapping things with a sword. I do not have any guns, I just have plate armor and a katana. That's, it's just basic stuff that you've got going on here. That's pretty much it. Along with me, I have Sog Mugmead, as I mentioned, who is a very powerful half-ogre who is really, really strong. And so we have 2 really tough melee fighters going on with us at the same time. We also have Virgil, the first companion you get in the game. He is a healer, and that's actually not bad with melee either. So, he's a pretty strong companion. We also have Magnus, the dwarf, who is a dwarf who has grown up in human society and doesn't really know what it actually is to be a dwarf, so he's just sort of like pretending to know what a dwarf is and sort of cosplaying as a dwarf. I mean, he is a dwarf, but he's grown up in human culture and doesn't know anything about his own people. And also I have Raven, who I recruited very recently. She is an archer, an elf, and pretty good with magic. The story is that you are a reincarnation of a very powerful elven person, sort of the Jesus Christ figure of their world religion, who banished the devil figure to Hades, not Hades, but you know what I mean, sort of an analog of that called the Void, a very long time ago. And it is your job to stop the resurrection of the devil, because you're the reincarnation of the god, the sort of Messiah-type figure in the game, but it doesn't really suffer from that sort of chosen one kind of bullcrap beginning that is usually pretty bad. It's a very light touch with that. It doesn't feel like you are, destined to be so great and wonderful. You take things under your own command to do stuff. And right now, what we are trying to do is find our way towards this southern island here called Thanatos, which is like the personification of death, so I can see why most people don't want to go there. But, whatever. And apparently we need to purchase a ship, because no ships will, in fact, take us to the island of Thanatos. And this guy, I think he's going to tell us right here, yes, what is it? I wish to speak to you about a boat. Do you have one for sale? He smiles widely at you. Why, yes, I do, as a matter of fact. He indicates the boat behind him. We just finished building this one right here. It's a steal at 50,000 coins. I don't have that much coin. Perhaps we can work something out. I'm truly sorry, but I have no epic adventure to send you on to retrieve a magical family heirloom. 50,000 is the price, and that is final. I say goodbye to you then. There does seem to be a way to I've looked up sort of a little bit that you can just buy the boat for 50 grand, but that's a lot of money. We have like 18,000 gold right now. That would, maybe if we sold a lot of our junk, maybe we could get it, but I've heard there may be other ways to get that. And there may be another quest that we can go on to figure out how to do that. Shipyards are quite impressive. That they be, you'll never find a finer ship than the one made here in Blackroot. Why, this very ship was built in Blackroot. Never a finer vessel have I sailed. She appears to be rather new. Have you had her long? She is sailing the sea for nigh 8 years. I do my best to keep her ship-shape. You got a good eye on you to notice her quality. And let me just ask to go to... Can I book passage to Thanatos? Thanatos, are you daft? This boat will never go there. Yeah, so I think maybe we should go talk to... There is a pirate captain that we spoke to at another time. Okay, Tarant, Caledon, Thanatos. Okay, we'll go to Tarant. I don't think we can go directly there, as far as I know, from this port at least. And let's see if we can go chat with someone who is over there. Can you take me to where I want to go to? The Ashbury. Yeah, that's where I want to go. During steam rails, make sure my ship was of no use to Ashbury. That damnable contraption be the death of me. Mark me words. Okay, so I guess I have to walk to Ashbury. This is Tarant, the capital city of the most powerful kingdom in the game. Or, well, it used to be a kingdom, but now it's a sort of an oligarchical business capitalist society run by gnomes. And the gnomes have a very interesting side quest in this game involving an island that I don't want to spoil for you. If you want to play the game, you kind of want to find that out on your own. But let me just say that this game has some very mature themes to it, and explaining where all those half-ogres come from. It's, yeah. Yeah, oh boy. Okay, so I think that the game looks fantastic. It feels very much like the first two Fallout games, which makes sense because the people who made the first two Fallout games were in Troika and worked on this. And I actually thought at first when I was playing this that this might be in the same engine as Fallout 1 and 2, but apparently it's not. It's in its own special, its own unique engine. And you can see there's an overworld map right here that functions sort of like the overworld map in Fallout, where you can wander around and find little locations and get in random encounters. And, oh, here's a random encounter. I've seen this one a bunch before. Stop, human pig. If you want to live, you give us coin, 200. I prefer to watch your life bleed from your ugly corpse. When you first encounter these guys, they're pretty difficult, but when, now they're kind of nothing. These are kind of like trash mobs at this stage that have double their level, and I have like 4 very strong characters with me. Okay, yeah, and I adore the combat. It just seems so much faster. Even, melee and range combat just seems better. Even in turn-based combat, it's so quick. Whereas I feel like in Fallout, they were so, drainingly slow sometimes that I just didn't want to engage in the combat, and it felt much more difficult, too. I'm only playing on moderate difficulty now, so maybe if I bumped it up, it would be a little bit more difficult, but... I mean, it did start a little bit difficult. Like, the first 10 levels or so, I was very weak, but after a while, when I got to that 11th, 12th level, I was actually starting to do a decent job in the game, and, do okay, I guess. So let's go and see if we can talk to the man we spoke to before. There we go. Ship captain. No, it doesn't say anything here. Where is that guy? Maybe he's over there. Let's chat with him there. Okay. This guy is... Oh, no, he's gone. Edward Teach disappeared. Maybe I do need to spend $50,000 to to do that. Listen, Lackwit, do I look like a captain? Climb aboard and talk to him if you want passage. Or maybe I needed to speak to the captain in an earlier quest, and if I didn't do that and didn't mention this guy, I can't do it, and I just actually have to spend $50,000 to do this. Raymond's Fine Spectacles. What time is it, by the way? It is a little after 6 o'clock. Just save here. Villager. Day. No, nothing. A neat little thing that happens in the game is that early on, you can choose to tell people that you... the game starts out when a blimp that you're on, the first blimp flight in history, crashes because it's attacked by two half-ogres with fighter planes and brought down to the ground, and you're the sole survivor. And you have a chance to tell your thrilling story to a newspaper for a lot of money at the start of the game. But if you do that, people are more likely to find you and just randomly start killing you because they're assassins from that Satan figure named... What was his name? Ashford? I don't remember his name. It is like the demon, the big bad guy of the game. He sends assassins to go kill you. Later, I might be heard, madam, trying to drink. Okay, yeah, that's fair. Maybe... Let's wait and see if I can find... Where did Teach go? I assumed he would just be there on his ship. But, maybe not. Yeah, maybe I needed to unlock that quest earlier. $50,000. Something that will help me out with this is, if you take a look up here where it says this little number 4, there are fate points in the game, which is another cool thing that they added from the original, from that I don't think the original Fallouts had. But they're sort of like just karma points in a way, where you can choose to magically gain the outcome of a certain event. So you can completely heal yourself in the middle of battle, for instance, or you could force someone to have a really good reaction to your character, or you could have a critical success and pickpocket anyone in the entire game. That's how I got a sword for my half-ogre here. Or you could automatically succeed at a lockpick attempt. And you get them by performing random, jobs in the game. So I might be able to use this to purchase some interesting stuff that I could use. But I think I'm going to look up where old Teach is, or if I have to actually spend the 50 grand. Okay, confusingly, I think Teach is not at his boat up in Ashbury where we first met him. He's actually down here in Blackroot where we can purchase the boat, which I don't know if I would have thought of, but whatever. Well, if it isn't me old friend, a friendly face is what I be needing to see, matey. The days have been dark since last we sailed. What's happened, Captain Teach? I lost me boat, matey. Went and got too drunk one night and found myself a-gambling with Killian Drake. The old sea capel knows his way around a dice game. He played me, matey. He played me a fool and I lost me boat. Where is this Drake? He be around. He drinks a lot here at the Barnacle and is not afraid to tell a soul about how he got his new boat. Maybe I could help. I may need to call on that favor. That's mighty nice of you, matey, and if there's anything I can do for you, old Teach will do it. Thank you. I need to get to the island of Thanatos. Thanatos! That's even crazier than wanting to go to the Isle of Despair. But I'm fearing it's important, and I know it's the way Mr. Bates would want it. I suppose there are a couple of different ways you might get there. One, you could buy a boat from the shipbuilder here in Blackroot, which ain't cheap. Yeah, no kidding. You might be able to get a dice game with old Drake, but he's no rubber leg when it comes to the dice. He's lucky and he plays for big stakes. I wouldn't be a toss at him unless he'd be real lucky. And he won't be playing with just anyone. Old Drake knows a gambler when he sees one. Okay, I think they may have screwed you out there because I don't know if you can use the fate point there to make the gambling on automatic success. You may need to already be a master gambler. And he won't even try to gamble with you, so you can't use a fate point, I don't think. Alright, and the other solution? Well, I'm a little bit leery of even mentioning it. It's not something I even like to talk about much. Let's spill out of me blowhole. Oh, I don't like it the way you phrase that. But you seem to need me help, and I owe you one. I'd really appreciate any help you might be able to give. Did I ever tell you the story of how I came to own the Gypsy Shadow? No, you wouldn't tell me of it before. It's just as well that I didn't tell it, but I'll say that I ended up with the Gypsy Shadow on account of the most cold-blooded murdering pirate who ever sailed the seas of Arcanum, and his name was Stringy Pete. That's a terrible name. He dances for nickels.
That's handsome Pete. He dances for nickels. Pete, you got some customers!
What does he have to do with getting to Thanatos? Well, there's a legend about old Stringy Pete. I know it be true, you see. Old Pete died more than 200 years ago, but legend has it he still sails the seas. A hunter those souls will be unlucky enough to cross it. What are you saying, Captain? I'm saying I see in his boat, and I know it to be real. If you could get his boat without getting yourself run through by his ghost, you'd have yourself a boat. Sounds a little flimsy. How do you find a ghost pirate's boat? Years ago, I found a secret cove, and there on the beach was within an unmarked grave. Unmarked except for the sign of the evil eye, which is the sign Stringy Pete used to carve on his victims. I got out of there fast without even looking for treasure. That could have been the place where he was buried. And if it was, it said most spirits return to their grave. At the very least, I might find some clues. Yes, matey, I agree. Here, I'll mark your map for the location of the cove. Teach does so. Looks like you have a few options. Buy-in, gambling, or Stringy Pete. I don't like any of them, but good luck. Thanks, Captain. I'll keep you abreast of the situation. Okay. Teach, human villager. They don't even tell you the name. Or Ogre Destroyer, 38. Wow. Okay. I save scum religiously in this game. Is this the guy? This swarthy gentleman looks at you with an air of disdain while juggling a pair of dice in his left hand. Yes, what is it you want of me? I hear it said you have a boat. I want to gamble for it. For stakes that high, I would only game with masters of gambling. You fall a bit shy of the mark, I'd say. Okay. Can I use 2 fate points? Like, if I use a fate point to force a good reaction, could I then use a fate point to... What is... Hold on. Force good reaction and critical success at gambling. Okay. No. Even with the fate points, he won't do it. So, whatever. Okay, we'll go find Stringy Pete. Wait, where did you say Stringy Pete is? Here it is. Okay, alright, so we have to go back to Tarant, and we'll sail up there. By the way, if anyone knows the half, let's just call it the half ogre situation. If you know what I'm talking about, tell me what you think of that quest, and if you think it's likely somebody would include that in a game nowadays. Because, you know what, now that I think about it, it's kind of similar, not exactly, but there's some similarities to the origins of the Darkspawn in the, whatchamacallit, the Dragon Age Origins DLC. Not exactly, it's probably even worse, to be honest. It's probably even worse than in that. But let me know what you think of it, and yeah, how you feel about that. There is one minor nuisance in the game that, this is a little fast travel system in the capital here. And there is one minor nuisance in the combat system. Some enemies are like made of stone or metal, like golems, or fire and earth elementals, things like that. And if you try to hit them, you'll actually break your weapon. And so you can destroy your weapon in the midst of it. And you actually can't fully repair a fully broken weapon until much later on in the game when you access this later game area. It's kind of annoying. It looks like this is the end for you. No one escapes the Malachian hand. It would have been better if you had not survived the crash of the Zephyr. That's these are the guys who, the Malachian hand is the Assassin's Guild that are been trying to kill me since the beginning of the game, but they're kind of, like, pathetic. Yep, just tearing them up. Straight up tearing them up here. The other guys don't even have a chance to kill him, so... It's weird that they don't, it kind of reminded me a little bit of Fallout New Vegas, when you piss off Caesar or the NCR enough, they send assassins after you. But those guys are actually tough. They're actually strong and can kill you by that point. This one, they start off the game with assassins trying to kill you, and they never make them get stronger after a certain point, which is odd. Definitely odd. So these are kites. I don't know why they didn't call them goblins, because they're clearly goblins. My speed and dexterity and strength are so high, I can just instantly tear apart enemies now. I have so many attacks. Okay, it's dark. Okay, it's appropriately spooky out here, so let's see if we can find a ghost or something? Okay, big wooden object. Okay. So are we... Ooh, there's a grave, which we cannot interact with. I do have a shovel, and I bought that shovel within like 30 minutes of starting the game, and I didn't actually look this up. I just instantly knew that, this is gonna be like Fallout. You're gonna need a shovel at some point, and I went and got it. Okay. Stringy Pete, level 50. Wow. You see a spirit in front of you. It is a skeleton dressed in tattered rags and a large black hat, and wielding an evil-looking saber. Its eyes glow with an unholy light. Arr, who'll be treading upon me grave? Who'll be trying to get their hands on me treasure? Prepare to die, ye land-lubbing goat bugger. Whoa, calm down. No one sees the evil eye of old Stringy Pete and lives. Now that I think about it, I think you actually can find a goat in a bordello in the game. And that really unsettled me. I wish I hadn't found that. But anyway. Usually I don't judge, but with that I judge. Okay, wait, I'm not here to take anything, I just want to talk. Talk? What would a rubber-legged bilge fish like ye want to be talking about with the ghost of Stringy Pete? I've been a-sailing the seas of Arcanum for more than 200 years, and I drink blood and gnaw. Oh, and I drink blood ale and gnaw on the bones of priests and maidens. I not be looking to talk. Please, I just need a moment to explain. To explain what ye be needing to explain, matey. Ye be digging around me bones and looking for me treasure. To a pirate, that be worse than a finding you baiting your hook with me wife. Ew, baiting your hook with her wife? Jesus, guy, calm down. Look, I'm only here because I need your boat. Me boat? I care for me wife less than me boat. Why, in the name of all that's unholy, I'll give you me boat. You're speaking gibberish, and I am more than careful. And I had more than evil of it. A soul as tormented as me, me own, has got little patience for the blubberings of the living. Don't you enjoy being a bloodthirsty pirate? Enjoy it? The ghost seems a little surprised at the question. The fire in its eyes dimming a little. Are you daft, matey? I was the crustiest, meanest, most bloodthirsty pirate who ever lived, and none of what I did when I was alive compares to the things I seen when I dead. What have you seen? I see all the souls of the dead who walk this world, and I see the souls of all me victims, and they torment me as I still be a tormenting the living, and it be their pain I feel every day and every night on these glassy seas, and their dead eyes that be staring out from their murky depths. So you're saying you don't want to be here? No, but I've got no choice. I was cursed, matey, cursed from the day I died to sail the seas forever, a haunting these souls to be taking my name in vain, to strike terror in the pure heart. to be given little ones' nightmares. Cursed by whom? I cursed myself. I spilled the blood of innocents, desecrated holy places, and the worst thing I ever did, I broke a pirate's blood oath. Even without the first two, I deserved what I got because of the last. I shouldn't even call myself a pirate after what I did. Is there any way to break the curse? Break the curse! Ghost is silent for a moment, contemplating. And why would you be wanting to do that, matey? Why would one such as you want to be helping the evil ghost of old Stringy Pete? Your boat, Captain. I need your boat. That'd be quite a story, and one I'd not be inclined to believe when I was flesh and blood, but shatter me squid's beak, if I haven't seen stranger things since. Perhaps there is something we might do here. Any help you might have would be greatly appreciated, Captain. Well, I can't be giving up this boat on account of the curse. It be my fate to sail these old timbers until the end of time. But I know a way we might break that curse if you'd be willing to do a little legwork. I might. What needs to be done? Well, there'll be 3 things if my suspicions are correct. 3 wrongs to right and the curse will be broken. Why didn't you do that? Oh, I guess you can't leave the ship. All right, whatever. Never mind. What's the first task? The first be an easy task. I told you, I killed many innocents in me time. A good and pure man by the name of Jonas Williamson. Killed him for the silver buckles on his boot, but mostly for the sport of it. I laughed when he bled into the gutter, crying out to me that I spare his family. That's pretty vicious, Pete. How do you make that right? Well, his family, they fell on hard times without him, and their Williamsons have been poor ever since, wanting to dig up my treasure, including those silver buckles, and give it to whoever is left of the Williamsons. My treasure is buried a little north of here. He points to an area just north of where you are. Where are the Williamsons? Blackroot, maybe? Oh, here, I'll show you on your map. The ghostly finger points to a location on the east coast of Arcanum. No, it's not Blackroot. I know they still live there. I've sailed by there in the years since I died. It'd not be a nice place. Anything else? You don't be thinking you can keep some of the treasure for yourself. These curses, they be old and smart. And if you're trying to cheat them, then I'm still going to be sailing these seas, and then I'm going to be coming after you. Savvy that, matey? Well, if I don't go near the ocean, it's not that threatening, but never mind. Of course, and the other tasks? Which of them do you want to hear about? The second task. The second task, that might be a little more complicated. There be a temple in the hills just off the Gulf of Morbahan, in a little town called Voradin. And many years ago, I was a pillager in the surrounding countryside. I broke into the place and stole some holy relics and desecrated their sacred altar. And soon enough, these old monks threw a curse on me. What needs to be done? They didn't care about the holy relics, but I be thinking they might got their robes in a bundle over the altar. And see, I spilled some wine and ale all over it, and I might even relieve myself on it. It'd been a long night, you know. I can see where they might have a problem with that. Yeah, they weren't us singing hymns when we left. Anyways, that altar of theirs, I think it needs to be replaced. You'll have to talk with the monks there to find out what needs to be done, savvy? Here's where the temple is. He shows you on your map. And the other tasks? The last task will be the most difficult, you see. As I was getting on in years, there was nothing I hadn't done, and nowhere I hadn't sailed, and no treasure I hadn't laid me hands on. There was only one thing I wanted, and I wasn't even sure if it even existed, and I made it me business to find out. What was it? The Bengellian Scourge. What the hell is that? The Bengellian Scourge is the most evil piece of weaponry ever wielded by any soul in the land of Arcanum. Ooh. Oh, but I can't have it? Legend says it was forged in the blood fires of the Bengellian deeps, and that virgins and children were thrown in the fire to keep it stoked. Interesting. The ghost hesitates a moment, seeming to stare at you from the sightless depths of its eyes, and it be said that the Bane of Cree cut down a whole battalion of elven warriors with it before he was banished, and that Lorik wielded it during the Dwarven clan wars, and that any but the most evil of people die at the mere sight of it. Seems like an evil blade. My character is tragically very good. I didn't really intend him to be super good, but, in keeping with the spirit of not going too crazy out of left field, I decided to be, your standard sword and board fighter, basically lawful good, Bit boring, but I didn't want to die halfway through. Yes, matey, and an evil blade it be. I wanted it more than anything in all of Arcanum, and I planned on getting me hands on it. What happened? At the time, I had me a crew of 7 of the most black-hearted and soulless pirates. They all agreed it was a fine piece of treasure to go after, and we took a pirate's blood oath to stand by one another share the treasure. And so we searched Arcanum for it, and found it one day we did, in the swamps of the Dark Fens, down in the Bengellian deeps. And then, It had been buried there for centuries, a beautiful sight, its blade as black as onyx and carved in ancient runework, and I held it in me hands and it called to me. What did you all do with it? We all did nothing, matey. That night when everyone was asleep, that cursed blade twisted me mind, and it told me that my crew was mutinous and looked to get rid of me, and so I killed them all in their sleep, matey. Cut all their throats from ear to ear. When I woke in the morning and see what I'd done, I threw the blade down and ran right out of there. Spooky. Can we just kill Stringy Pete and take his ship? I mean, that seems kind of anticlimactic, so I'm going to do the quests, I guess. And the Bengellian Scourge? It still lies there, as far as I know, among the murdered bones of me crew. You must destroy that evil blade at the bottom of the cave that we found it in, a great furnace. Toss it in there and let the world be done with it. Here's where the deeps be. Points to an area in her map in the northernmost part of Arcanum. And, I've heard them all. Is there anything else? That's all, matey. Will you help me? If you do these things, I give you me word as a pirate that I'll give you me ship. She's old, but there's no better vessel that ever sailed Arcanum seas. I'll do it. I wish you luck on your quest, matey. If you finish these tasks, then return here and I'll give you me vote and me thanks. I'll do that. Okay, so let us see. Oh, Stringy Pete's treasure. There we go. Let's go grab his treasure and then go to Voradin. The soundtrack I haven't talked about yet in this game, but it's very unique and interesting, like the entire game in itself. It doesn't have the pounding drums and horns that you would expect from most medieval fantasy. And whoa, that's a very angry gorilla. Oh, but he's not that strong. And it has a... I think basically everything is written for a string quartet, which gives it a very, very depressing and kind of miserable vibe. It's kind of depressing, to be honest, to listen to it. I can't really get charged up with it, which is why I think the game, part of the reason why the game wasn't necessarily super popular when it came out. I don't think it did that well. Okay, pile of dirt, use the shovel, and Stringy Pete's treasure. Silver boot buckles. Okay. So... there's also a live... a real-time combat mode that you can switch to whenever you want. But I usually only do that for, like, trash mobs, not really for something that you actually have to think about. And I think that was a big problem when I first started playing, because the game starts you on real-time combat mode, which is a huge issue, and especially early on. You want to take it slow and steady and be as careful as you possibly can, not go all crazy at the start. So that was a big issue that I had with the game at the beginning. So it is useful for like mopping up trash mobs, but for the most part, turn-based is fine. One issue I have heard brought up is that, unlike in random encounters in More Orcs, unlike
I've never seen
random
such a
encounters
skillful
in the original Fallout games, you can't really run away from random encounters like this by going to the edge of the map like you could in Fallout 1 and 2. So it's kind of annoying, and you have to fight every random encounter you run across. So that's why, early on I have to save at every single move across the map. Like, I just do little, like, tiny little movements like this, and each and every one that I successfully get to, I would save just in case something went wrong on the way. So that was kind of a nuisance, but honestly, I didn't think about it that much. I don't want to talk to you, stranger. Molly handles the business around here. Okay, where's Molly? Cow. That's gotta be her. What can I do for you? Might I ask who you are, madam? My name is Molly Williamson, sir. A pleasure, Molly. Do you have a moment to speak? Sure, what do you need to know? What are you doing out here, Molly? Well, sir, it's cheap living out here in the middle of nowhere. We eat what we pull out of the ocean, make all of our own clothes, and beyond that, we don't need a whole lot. The Williamson clan ain't never had a whole lot of money. Not since what happened to my great-granddaddy, Jonas Williams, anyhow. That's why I'm here. What are you talking about? I know this sounds strange, but... Well, I'll be. I heard strange tales, and then I heard strange tales. Yours takes the cake, sir. To think that the ghost of that old pirate wants to make good for what he done almost 200 years ago. Yes, it's unbelievable. So you bring me the old treasure and the buckles. I guess I'm going to kill you and keep the treasure. Yeah. Well, thank you. I suppose old Stringy Pete ain't such a bad bugger after all. Goodbye, sir. So there we go. I assume that if we're an evil character, we would want to keep the treasure or the buckles, and especially that evil sword sounds really powerful. Okay, let's go to Voradin. Talk to those priests or monks or whatever the heck they are. If the music bothers you, and it can get a little bit tiresome by how, it feels like music you shoot yourself in the head to sometimes, I would just turn it off and listen to something else. It's a little bit more rousing. It's not bad music, it's just... It can be hard to keep up morale when you're trying to go on a quest, a grand adventure. It doesn't feel quite the same. It feels a little bit more sad. More of these Malachian hand guys. Strange they should... Usually I don't really like enemy scaling, but they should probably have done that to scale them with your character, Let's talk to this little gnome guy. Oh, no, I guess we can't. Priests of the Order of Halcyon. I cannot help you, human. It's kind of like Morrowind here, where everybody talks to you, describes you by your race. Everyone's kind of racist. Okay. Yes, what do you want? Might I ask who you are, sir? I am Edwin Wallows, a priest of the Halcyon Order here in Voradin. How might I help you today? A pleasure, Edwin. Do you have a moment to speak? Your character has a very hoity-toity way of talking, but kind of like... I think they did this in New Vegas and in... Did they know in New Vegas? I think they did in New Vegas and in the early Fallouts. If you have an intelligence level that's really low, you have these stupid intelligence options where you say "Hi, me am Guy, me want help." So it gives you a little bit of a different vibe when playing. It's a whole new way of experiencing the game. Okay. Tell me about the temple. The temple here is ancient one, my friend. Is an ancient one, my friend. It is for the god Halcyon. You see, long ago there were many gods, and to each god represented a particular virtue. A man chose his gods carefully. Religion was a very serious thing. Okay. All of the gods were created by the All-Father, who ruled over them and saw that none were more important or more powerful than the others. The balance between gods was well maintained, and no one religion was more powerful than another. What happened? Oh, I suppose it's just the way of things to change. The Panari religion came around, speaking of Nazradin and his wisdom. Their religion was much easier and much more forgiving. The old gods are not that way, and though their voice is faint, you can still hear them, and they still hear those who call to them. We of the Halcyon Order will still worship the god Halcyon. An offering to Halcyon? No, I'm sorry, but no one has made a true offering to Halcyon here in almost 200 years. Well, 2 centuries ago there was an evil pirate named Stringy Pete. He was an absolute devil. There isn't an act of malice, debauchery, or irreverence that he didn't commit while he sailed the seas of Arcanum. Yeah, I heard it from him. And then one day he dropped anchor just west of here and found our small village. That's why I'm here. What do you mean? How could you know about our altar? It's a long story. Well, I must say that I've never heard anything like that in my entire life. The ghost of Stringy Pete himself trying to right the wrongs that he's done. I'm a little flabbergasted myself. So you're here to fix the altar? Yes, what do I need to do? It's not quite as easy as you'd think. You see, there are rules pertaining to the making of altars. What are they? Well, the important thing is that the stone comes from the ancient dwarven quarry of Torin. The way there is dangerous, and the quarry itself is overrun with monsters and all manner of evil. We are simple folk here, and there is no one here who would survive the trip. Okay, well, I'll do it. Perhaps you might be able to do so. The stone you will need to retrieve will be large and heavy. Unless you are very strong, I recommend you try and find Murgo. He's a half-ogre who works around here, and he might be able to help you. I'm very strong, I can carry it. Where is the Torin Quarry? The Torin Quarry is west of here, near the base of the Stonewall Mountains. West, that's like halfway across the continent, the Stonewall Mountains. You should be able to find a suitable stone lying around. We are poor folk here, can't offer anything but our thanks. I'd ask nothing more, I'll do so. Thank you so much for your help. Make sure to find Murgo, if you'd like his help. I wish you luck and may the blessings of Halcyon be with you. Now, I think half ogres have the ability to get strength that is higher than the human max, possibly. So, yeah, I hope we don't actually need to bring that guy along. Well, there's the guy, but whatever. Let's hope we don't actually need to bring him along, and it's just really, really heavy. Okay, Torin Quarry. Let us go there. What's the other place? Where's the sword place he was talking about? Don't even actually remember. Ah, there it is, the Bengellian Deeps. So I guess I have to go to Elflands first to get there. Okay, so it's a big mission. Let me know your feelings about these sorts of Bloodborne-ish, steampunky kind of settings for RPGs, because I do love Bloodborne. It's one of my favorite games ever, and this game has been excellent. But in general, I'm probably not a huge fan of it. If they made another Arcanum game, I would play it, though, because this one has really got me. But, ooh. Whoa, another one-shot. Nice. Yes, a one-shot every one of them. Sweet. I actually have a bunch of level up points to burn, but because I maxed out my strength and dexterity and my melee skills, I don't really know what to use them for. So I just kind of leave them there so that maybe if something happens in the future and I need like a certain spell or something, I'll just get it. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, that was weird. Okay. Skull Crusher. And he's dead. Oh, there's more of them. Okay. Ooh, there's a dead body here. I was very confused when I started the combat system because of the fatigue over here. This blue bar is technically not mana, it's fatigue. So even though it functions like mana in terms of spells, because you need a certain amount of fatigue to cast a spell, even though it's not called mana, and there's another stat called mana for magical items, it's very confusing, and it took me a while to figure out how it worked, but you know, I eventually got there. Yeah. Some of your attacks in the game, ooh, no, go away. She was way too close to that. Take that. Go away from her. I think she only has leather armor. She's an archer mage. Okay. There we go. Ooh, stone? There is no... Oh, how big does it have to be? Okay. I have tons of crap in my inventory. The inventory has been kind of persnickety about... Okay. No room for that. How much room do I need? Okay, let's go through the laborious process of inventory management. And see how much space we actually need for this stupid thing. Okay. I like we can't actually see how big it is. I hope we don't actually need that ogre. That half ogre, I guess. It actually just said it didn't weigh very much. 1,000. They call it stone, but they don't actually mean stone like the British weight measurement. It's just like a random word they use to mean like an imperial weight measurement here. Okay. What do you mean there's no room? How much room do I need? Weird. Okay.
What is it that you want him?
Let's see. One thing I did appreciate about Temple of Elemental Evil is that, unlike in this game, they just gave you a key ring, and all of your keys were automatically added to it. You didn't have to technically carry rings around your inventory slots like this, which I just think is kind of a waste of time. Okay, what about that? No room for that item. Come on. Elf Villager. It's weird. Ooh, it's got kind of a nice bow, helmet, dagger. I don't know why there's,
How may I help you?
what this guy is doing here. Oh, she's apparently better than what she's wearing. That's what she was using, I mean. Okay. Let's continue. See how much frickin'... Do I have to literally empty my entire inventory? I'm going to try to empty the entire inventory and see if it actually works. Maybe it's possible to do that. This just seems like a major pain in the ass. Okay, what about now? There we go. Jesus, look at this thing. Stone weighs 1,000 stones. How many stones does a stone weigh? Okay. I think it is possible to kind of become over-leveled quickly in this game because of all the random encounters, but I like that, and I think I appreciate it better than Fallout, where it seemed to take a lot longer and involve a lot more questing to level up, whereas this game you just needed to kill a bunch of guys and wolves and things like that, and, you know, you'll get there, and it just seemed to work out. You know, I can see why someone wouldn't necessarily want that and feels like it's going against the standard Fallout system, but, you know, whatever. I'm fine with that. All these, I don't know, I've killed like thousands of these Malachian hand assassins. They just keep coming. They just keep sending more of them. It's unbelievable. Okay. I did like exploring around the map and just going to all the different areas and finding random things. It was a fun experience. It's dead. Come on. Come on. There we go. One shot. I'm actually getting pretty close to another level. This thing in the UI is really weird. There's like 2 upgrade bars, which took me forever to figure out, but the top upgrade bar with the red dot, the red lines, that's showing how far you are to the next level, and the bottom bar with this little yellow-orange thing here, that's just showing how far it's taking you to get to the next red bar, so like the next part of the top level. It's very confusing and pointless. There should just be one bar. Okay. I've returned with the altar stone. You have! That's wonderful! Here, let me take it. Whoa, that's heavy. We'll have this altar fixed in no time. Thank you so much. May Halcyon always light your path and show you the truth that awaits us all. I'll be off then. Okay, so we finished it. Okay. Halcyon, great god of truth, master of the sky, reveal yourself now. Pull the veil from our eyes. You can actually get blessings from the gods in this game that give you permanent bonuses to your character. No, that's about it. Okie dokie. Let us head to the final area. And actually, let me save the game, because I'm going to save here because I have a sneaking suspicion that the area that we're going to go into may contain some very unfortunate creatures that I mentioned earlier that damage your equipment. So, just in case that happens, I'm going to just go there, check things out, and then cut back to Tarrant and go through our inventory and spend some time gathering like 20, like, not 20, but a couple of extra weapons per character so they don't break on us. We can repair them now, technically, because we have access to the master repair guy in Caledon, but it's still a little bit... It's a more direct route, but it's still kind of a nuisance. Golden bear. Huh. That was a dead bear. Okay. The Bengellian deeps. Come on. There you go. Oh, there's another one. Those wolves were dynamite at the beginning of the game. They could shred your character in seconds. Oh, that was it, just one. Oh, no. There we go. Combat just seems a lot less of a hassle. Things seem to move much faster than in Fallout, where I could find combat a little bit tedious at times and not really want to engage in it. Which you can say is part of the game, maybe, like they're trying to make it tough to exist in the Wasteland. It's supposed to be tough, but oh well.
Wow.
The
I've
evil
never seen
god,
such a skillful blow.
whatever he is, the evil demon guy who is trying to destroy us, his followers are known as the Dark Elves, and these elves are genuinely quite evil and want to create sort of a racial supremacist state where elves control everything and everyone is subservient to them. And their authoritarian regime is very, very monstrous. I mean, you can side with them if you want, but, it's not the deeps, that's what it is. Okay. Okay. There's bones out here. Ow. Oh no, this place is full of traps. Oh, that's a big gorilla. So traps in this game, I think some of them can damage your armor, which is really annoying. There is a trap detection skill. You can get to take care of that, but I never bothered with it because I would just try to, just tank the damage. Because there's healing magic in the game, it's a lot easier to heal early on. You can just quickly get your hit points back out of battle if you have the heal spell. And because your fatigue/mana rejuvenates very quickly, you don't really need to worry too much about getting too much. What am I thinking here? I need a drink. Throat's starting to get a little scratchy. You don't have to worry about resting too much and getting into weird encounters and buying stim packs and things. Fire jumpers. This is very zoomed out, so I can't quite see what's going on. I'm actually playing with something I mentioned earlier, the unofficial Arcanum patch that people have been working on since, I think, the 2000s. And that's, Screaming Wretch. Hey, wait. Foul Spirit. And the unofficial patch now contains a high-resolution patch. So this is actually not the normal part of the game. The original part of the game in 4.3 would have just been, along this square, along the line of the UI here. It wouldn't have included this extra stuff here. There's actually something I found out later that you can actually scale the dialogue to be larger. It's actually quite small, pulled back like this. So if you're playing, say, in 4K or something like that, you can make it much easier to read. But since I'm just playing in, I think 1080 by 720 or something like that, I don't even bother with it. Okay, light fatigue restore. I better. Whoa, no, whoa, what was that? What the fuck?
How may I
What
help
the hell? Why is she taking constant damage? Was she standing in that fire? God. Alright, I'm gonna quit and reload. What the hell was that? Where is she? Raven.
How may I help?
Yeah, it must have been that fire or something. Was she literally standing in fire? And, her armor was burned off because of it? Wonderful. Okay, don't get too close to them. No.
How can I help you?
Because their health isn't really going down, but the armor could, and that would be a very serious issue. Okay. Come on over here, guys.
How can I help?
Let me grab some of my trash back from them. You can actually find some stun grenades and explosive grenades early on in the game. Throwing items is actually a skill you can get, you know, like throwing knives or something like that. But it also works for grenades, but I haven't really been messing around with the technological stuff, so I don't know how easy or hard it is to make grenades in the game. And let me know if you do know what how easy or simple it is to do that. Yeah, just get some of my junk back here. Is there? Yeah, there's an auto sort button. Okay. All right, let's go back. Let's go deeper in, and hopefully no one will jump into fire and destroy their armor. Nope, they killed them before I even got... Oh, there it is. This is one of the ones that destroy armor. Yep. I should have known. I should have frickin' known. Okay. Yeah, see what it says weapon damage. I'm using a katana right now, and thankfully it's not that expensive to get a katana for me at this point. I can just get another one if this one breaks, but I don't want it to break in the dungeon and have me lose. Have to go all the way back for it. Okay. How? 27 hit points out of 99. Jeez. Okay. Okay. There is something... Oh, wait, did he say I have to get the... Oh, no, wait a minute. I think I screwed up. I think he said that we need to get the sword from somewhere else and bring it here. Oh, I completely forgot about that. The sword isn't here, we have to just bring it here. Okay, so... We'll just continue going down here, see if I can clear out some more things first. Since I'm already here. I don't think they will respawn by the time we get back. Okay. But I guess it makes, you know, we have to, oh no, fire. Flame Shade. I think these guys also damage weapons. Yep. Look at this. Yep, broken. My sword is officially broken. Perfect. Oh, is there a spare that I could grab? I guess there's a... I don't know if there's anything good, though. Actually, what does his axe do? Speed 8. Oh, that's low. Shaman's Staff. I don't think I've ever actually used a staff weapon in these games. I guess I'll quickly see how, what kind of damage... Oh god, these guys are... Oh no, it did decent damage. Burn a War. Something I found that speed is extremely important in this game, because it helps determine how many attacks you're going to get in combat, I think. And because weapons have a speed rating, a faster weapon is usually going to be better than a weaker one. Ooh, no. But this seems to be doing a decent amount of damage, at least for these weaker opponents. So... Okay, there is a cursed paladin here, and a bunch of paladin slaves, which is not good. Let's just see how tough these guys are. Ooh.
I can't believe you.
Oh, it looks like they don't damage equipment. So if I came back here with my good stuff, then I think it's going to be okay. Another skill in the game that you can get that's useful, even if you're not doing melee, is dodge. Because it allows you a random chance to dodge an attack and not take any damage. And it ends up being very powerful in melee. I guess if you're a mage or a ranged fighter, you don't necessarily need it because you can stay apart from things, but yeah, whatever. Whoa, oh, come on. Oh, he's dodging. Oh no, I think his weapon broke. Crap. I'm gonna have to reload. Oh god. But could his weapon have broken? I didn't think it was broken by that time, but maybe it was. I gotta reload and find out what's going on with that weapon, because that's a very powerful magical artifact that I do not want to be broken. No, it says he still has it. Okay, let's see what it said about that sword. He dropped it where his Stringy Pete thinks I'm going to break his curse if I do what he says. Curse Celsius, options. Put the Bengellian Scourge into the Bengellian Furnace. Okay, so I'm going to go back and see if I can get some weapons repaired, replace some weapons that I have, and see if I can find where the Bengellian Scourge even is. So I'll cut back to that. So I was wrong. The sword is just in the cave. You know, I didn't think they bedded down in the evil demonic hell cave with the sword of darkness they just picked up. But, you know, I'm not an evil pirate, so, you know, obviously I don't see things the way they do, I guess. But I went to replace my sword and everything, and hopefully everything will be okay now, because I get a bajillion hits. This guy is actually... This is the first time I've run into some trouble in a combat in a long time. But he's probably going to go out next round, I think. Maybe? Don't know what that spell is. There we go. Well, it looks like we need to finish off these paladin slaves.
I can't believe you'd have me attack such a
Oh
good-hearted
god,
person.
I can't believe this is happening. I read that this could happen, but apparently
I can't believe you'd have me attack. I can't believe
these
I
guys
can't
are all
believe you'd have me
considered
attack such a
good,
good-hearted person.
even though they're like guarding this evil sword or something.
I
So
can't
our
believe you'd
friends
have
are
me
getting
attack such a
upset because they're
good-hearted
good, and they're sad that we're attacking them. It's really bizarre.
Sorry to say it, but I'm liking you less and less.
person. I hate to say
Oh,
this, but I
God.
find myself liking you. I can't believe you'd have me attack.
Please
such
do
a,
not run away. I need all of my
can't believe you'd
party
have me
here.
attack.
Sorry.
I thought about just...
don't like
Oh no, he turned against us. Yep. A
I'm
bunch of
sorry,
our
I don't
characters
like
just
you
turned
very
against us. So the whole fucking thing was fucking pointless. Thank you, Arcanum. Okay, let's see if I can lead... Can I go in there and do this on my own? Okay,
How can I help you? What would you like me to do?
Stay
I'll wait
here.
here.
How
Agnes
may I help you?
and
Yes.
Raven
Yes, I'll wait here for you.
and
What is it that you want of me?
Virgil.
Yes, of course.
You
know.
two. I think Sog Needmug, the ogre, half ogre, is not going to be that much of an issue. I hope. But let's see. Do I have any potions I could use to even the odds a little bit? Well, let's just go over there and see what's cooking. All right, let's see if we can kill this bastard. A critical hit, nice. Another critical hit. Well, this game also has critical failures, which is something I actually really like, because, oh god, he healed himself? Bitch. But because in critical failures, you actually injure yourself in the attack instead of doing extra damage to an enemy, which is really amazing, especially if you have a gun. You can actually blow your own head off by accident, which I think is pretty amazing. I don't know, how could this guy be considered good? We're not stealing the sword, we're destroying the sword. Armor damaged? What the heck? I didn't know these guys were damaging armor, too. 310 out of 400, oh my god. Ugh. That's another thing that really reminds me oddly of Might and Magic. They also have the mixture of turn-based and real-time, and they have obnoxious enemies that can damage your armor. It's not as bad as it is in Might and Magic 7 or anything, but it's still there. Okay. Paladin dead. Okay. Ow. Okay, what do we have here? Rings, rubies. Ooh, there it is, the Bengellian Scourge. Okay. Evil alignment. Harm, lightning, quench, life. 5 to 20 damage. My current weapon does 3 to 12. Speed is only slightly less. Okay, well, we'll destroy it, unfortunately. There we go. Let's see if these guys have anything. Basic sword. What about the Cursed Paladin? Unidentified axe, speed 12. Okay. Oh, we'll see. I have to get all this junk repaired. I assume my friends are going to be still okay with me here. Let's go chat with
What is it that you
them.
want? I'm ready.
How may I?
How can
Yep, they're all okay. They, you know, what they don't know can't hurt them, right? So I am going to get my stuff repaired and then cut back to the pirate captain. Okay, we're back to Stringy Pete's Cove. Ahoy, matey, did you succeed in finishing your tasks? Yep, I did. That'd be amazing, laddie. I never thought you'd be able to do it. I never thought that someday I'd be free of this bloody curse. Thank ye from the bottom of me pirate heart. It was nothing, Pete. Now, about the boat? Yes, of course, matey. She's all yours. Feel free to take her wherever you want. I'll not be needing her where I be going. Thanks, Pete, and good luck to you. And ahoy to you, matey. Okay. There we go. Okay. Let us go finally to Thanatos, the island of evil. There we go. Doesn't seem that evil. Barrel. Book. I've made several forays into the interior with nothing to show for my efforts save my wounds. This island's aptly named, and I thank the gods for Smithers, my faithful guide. He has already saved my life several times over in the short time we've been here. I am certain that the Ashlag tribe still exists on this island, and I mean to prove it, monsters or no. Interesting. There's a bunch of lore books in the game. I'm not going to go through and read all that, but... Now, I think supposedly somewhere on this island we can find the bones of the guy that we are allegedly the reincarnation of. Village of the Ashlag tribe. Okay, land bridge. Land bridge. Beginning of the trail leading to the god of Thanatos. The home of primitive tribe that worships a mysterious deity. Okay. Kind of feels a little bit unfortunate that the gigantic carnivorous apes were scattered throughout the entire island instead of being just, right here, so... Doesn't feel as thrilling at this point, but whatever. There's Half Ogre Island, which is where all the fun happened. Oh boy, oh god. I get in trouble for saying that one. Monkey Swarmer. Okay. other end game area. I mean, towards the end game, they're throwing level 3 monsters at us. A little strange, but whatever. Attack. Where are the other? One nuisance I did find is that sometimes it's hard to see where enemies are in like terrain backgrounds, and I don't know how to get to them. Oh god, I can't really interact with this guy. Okay, there we go. Real time, you saved us again. Okay, and there's another monster thing over here. Gaurath.
Twice before attacking us.
And the trap just grabbed my legs somehow from the ground. I don't know what's going on or how I put end to this. Is this my life now? Okay, there we go. Ooh. Oh, a giant sword. That's cool looking. Just find a way to get this in there. Don't know of any way to identify it right now, but whatever. Where to go? Doesn't seem to be a tribe here, just a bunch of apes. Is there here? No, that's not it. Strange. So something occurred to me that made me feel a little bit embarrassed, but should I have just taken the weapon away? Like, my melee is maxed out. I have like max strength and dex. Do I need another weapon, or can I just punch them to death? Because unlike in Fallout, there's no like fisticuffs or unarmed skill, I meant to say. Fisticuffs sounds like what it would be in Arcanum's time. But could I have just taken the weapon away and just punched them with my bare hands? That would mean you don't need to get another weapon as long as you're a melee character. I don't know. Whatever. So I went back to check this out, and it turns out that, yeah, I could have just taken the sword away and punched these guys. Now, I do take damage punching enemies that would normally damage a weapon, but it was so minor, I think it would have been just less of a headache to do that instead of going all the way back to town repairing my weapons or bringing extra weapons, so at least if I was going melee, whatever. That occurred to me long after it was, long after I left. Okay. One slightly irritating thing about the map travel is that if you see up here, where you go to the map section, if you press W, it's not M, it's W for world map, if you're not technically in a small area with its own self-contained map, it'll just bring up the world map, which is kind of like not helpful in a way to do that. So it's just sort of annoying. You can like walk away slightly out of the area technically, and you can't bring up anything but the world map. So whatever. I don't see a village here. Is this a village? There's nothing here. There's got to be something here, right? Did that journal? Maybe I should have read the entire journal instead of just like leaving. Okay, well, whatever. Alright, you know what? I'll just wander around a little bit. See what I can find. If I run into anything. Besides, gigantic mutant gorillas. Speaking of giant mutant gorillas, Congo was a really fun movie. But I feel almost embarrassed watching it nowadays because it just seems so bad. But it's also kind of like a fun B-movie kind of bad. Are these crags demons? Whatever. There's something definitely down there, a land bridge, but... Oh wait, there's some more stuff. Leprous monkeys, so that's fun. Give me some System Shock flashbacks here. Okay, well, the layer of something. Monkey swarmers, alright. I like that I'm just playing as a character who's very anachronistically just in like plate mail with a sword and board in this time period, but honestly, it seems to work. It works very well. Lair of the Boyarsky. The reputed lair of the monster that slaughtered the entire tribe. But aren't I there? Hold on, let's move away and go back. It's weird that your companions can go into combat and fight. Oh no, this was the lair of the whatever it was. That your companions can go into and start fighting on their own before the game like puts you into combat mode yourself. They just run off to fight. I don't see any creature around here. We have to wait until... Maybe I should have read that book a little bit more. Okay, so I have found the remains of an old site, but appears to have been uninhabited for several years now. I was unable to determine why the site was abandoned, though I did discover some important artifacts. I write this as Smithers and I lie terribly wounded somewhere in the jungle. After searching today, we were set upon by creatures most fierce. Smithers sustained much more serious injuries than I, as he drew the beasts away from me at his own peril. He was victorious, but at a high cost. I managed to drag Smithers into a thicket of trees, where we presumably will be safe for the moment. Smithers died today after battling madness brought on by his wounds. I fear my time is soon at hand as well. Irony of ironies, I was discovered by the very people I came to this island to discover. Scouts of the Ashlag tribe found me hovering near death and brought me to their camp, where they helped me to recover. Contrary to what I believed, they reside in the interior of the island and not along the coast. The most shocking part of this is that there was a previous civilization on this island. The Ashlag have made their homes among the ruins of some great forgotten civilization. Okay, there's a location on the map. The Ashlag have welcomed me as a member of their tribe and have treated me as an important guest. I am now privy to their secret rituals and their arcane religious superstitions. It seems that their primitive religion has gone through some revisions as of late, to incorporate a godlike figure or phenomena. I am still having a slight difficulty with their spoken language, that supposedly resides somewhere on the island. I have convinced the chief of the tribe to allow me to come along in their pilgrimage to leave sacrifices for their new god, which I've termed the god of Thanatos. So it said this happened in 1790, and I think right now we're in like the 1880s in this world. I have also been able to discern where on the island the supposed godlike force resides. I have returned to my base camp with the help of the tribesmen to leave this journal so that if anything happens to me in the future, the future will know that I was successful in my endeavors to locate the mythical Ashlag tribe. Oh, okay. Was that... Oh, there it is. I did not even know that thing had spawned there. Apparently it spawned while I was reading, which is strange. Wait, there it is, Lair of the Boyarsky. So let's go to the land bridge of the gods and find out what they've got there. Okay. What do we have down here? Exploring a tropical island with natives and strange creatures also sounds very H. Rider Haggard Victorian era kind of exploration. Oh, here we go. More gorillas. Might be a teeny bit over-leveled here, but whatever.
Good show. Perhaps they'll think twice before attacking us again, eh?
Storage crate. Sheet metal, black powder, staff, gloves, top hat, Pete's carbolic acid, and small electrical parts. I guess that was from the, whatever it was, expedition. But what else is here on the land bridge? I'm guessing this god must be the evil dark elf god, whatever his name is. Ashcrag or Ascrag or whatever the heck his name was. Ooh. Monkeys. I barely even. It's funny that I actually got my charisma up to a certain point to bring her on new characters like the dwarf and the elf girl. By the time that I was able to get my charisma that high enough, I didn't need any new companions. They were just kind of extraneous to the overall experience because I was so strong with a shaman, apish shaman. All these apes know magic. That's interesting. Doesn't know magically how to stop being hit in the head with a sword, though. Ooh, forest apes? Okay. Hope I'm going in the right direction. Ooh, another chest. Ooh, unidentified plate armor. Gladly take that. Of course I can't.
How can I help?
There we go. Oh, apparently that was a better bow than she had. Alright. There we go. My encumbrance is still light, even though I'm wearing plate armor and carrying a second set of plate armor. It pays to have 20 strength. I think that your strength, your stats are sort of constrained by your race to some degree, and if you're like a half ogre, you can have a higher maximum strength, which is pretty cool. There's something over there. No, just more monkeys. Ooh, green monkeys. Poison monkeys. Is Mother Nature sending all of her poison monkeys out to get us?
So Mother Nature needs a favor. Well, maybe she should have thought of that when she was besetting us with droughts and floods and poison monkeys.
Okay, there we go. What? Whoa, what happened to her? Why is she dead? How did that happen? What the frick? There's zero explanation of that, as far as I could tell. Ugh, what the hell? She just dropped dead of her own accord. Well, I guess she could have run across a trap or something, maybe? Jesus, I wasn't paying attention.
Perhaps they'll think twice before attacking us again, eh?
Have to pay more close attention. I think I do have a resurrection ability that I could use, but I don't want to use it unless I absolutely have to. I actually, weirdly enough, bought some magic beans for 1,000 gold coins, and they were absolutely worth it because the magic beans apparently are genuinely magic. They will allow you to resurrect the dead, so that was pretty sweet. There! Oh, she got some sort of magic attack on her or something. The hell was that? I don't know how to bring up if there's like a Neverwinter Nights style text bar to explain like a list of everything that happened. I assume there would be, but I don't know how to bring it up. Skull Crusher, Monkey Swarmers. Maybe she tried a spell, and can spells critically fail too? I don't remember. Maybe she killed herself accidentally. That would be kind of funny. Okay. Nothing much else. Just a bunch of junk. Can we exit the forest here? No, that's just forest, solid forest there. Oh good, there is a regular map here that we can take a look at. Go to the edge here and fill it out. Okay. Whoop. Canopy showed up there unexpectedly. I guess we can just keep going towards where there are more enemies, but... Oh, whoa. More... They must have spells, these war guns.
I've never seen such a skillful blow.
Someone's casting like the harm spell or something, I'm not sure. Whoa!
I've been badly
She
wounded.
took a ton of damage there. I don't know what keeps happening.
I need healing.
Okay.
How can I help you?
Trade. Moderate. There we go.
How can I help?
Actually, let me give you some arrows. There we go. And one boots, a rag. Oh, good. An exit? No, it is not. I have to go around like at the very edges to like fill out the map there. Maybe this isn't even the area I'm supposed to be in. This like forest is just a little side area next to where we're supposed to go to meet the gods. Well, I mean, we did cross... Well... Hold on a minute. Oh, no. Ah, crap. I can't quite tell where we are on the world map. Maybe we were supposed to be going north. I thought that we would have to cross the land bridge in order to get there. But maybe we were supposed to go, we already crossed it in the fast travel. Oh boy. That's not the first time this has happened in this game, where I wasn't like... I was taken to a destination, I didn't know where I was supposed to go and wandered off for a while. In the wrong direction. Yeah, nothing down here. Let's just head back this way. I almost got another level of points that I don't have any particular desire to use. I was thinking of just dumping any remaining points I had into, like, healing magic. You know, just in case something goes wrong. Yeah, so we came here. I assume because we were pointed, like the map is pointed this way, that this is farther south. But maybe this was across the land bridge. Oh, good lord. No, we already checked that. Where is the exit? That's That's what we need to find. And more killer monkeys. What? It's not allowing me to bring up any map. Not the world map, not this map. Yeah, I guess I already went down there. Let's go back across the thing. Am I wrong in thinking that's strange that they shouldn't have crossed the land bridge in the fast travel? They should have put us there and then let us go across, or am I wrong? No. Oh no, maybe that was what I was thinking of. Yeah. Oh wait, no, it's a... Wait, hold on. Where are the... Hold on, I need to move away in order to see this. Oh, maybe I mean, it says the resting place of Nazarudin, so maybe it is over here. Okay. Let me just reload. So maybe that forest was just a gigantic diversion. There's nothing... We were supposed to go around or something. Because I didn't see a way out in that forest. No, we would have to go in the forest. That's weird. Okay, I will take another look in the forest to see if we have to cross it somewhere. I just didn't see an exit in this weird, highly primitive-looking version of a jungle tile set. No, I mean, it's the same place we were before. I didn't find any exits. And if there was like a burial place, it wasn't elaborate. Did they just chuck him in a ditch or something? I didn't see anything there. What's over here? Treasure chest. Can I exit? No, there's no exit. Down here. Okay, I guess I didn't go down this way. Oh, maybe this is where I went and got killed. Let's see, I'm gonna see if he casts a spell. No, I don't see one. Stunned. Come and help me out, guys. Maybe she's using some kind of... Oh, wait a minute. Maybe the bow that I gave her is cursed. And that's what's causing it. She's accidentally killing herself every time she uses it. I bet that's what it is. Yeah, that must be what it is. Fuck. God fucking damn it. This fucking game.
How may I help?
You stupid asshole. It must be cursed. I would just drop it, but I think that characters just pick things up automatically if you drop something. There we go. She's probably going to be fine now, unless she put on some sort of weird item or armor that I don't know about. That actually happened to me once with the half-ogre character. I gave him some boots to hold. No idea that he put them on, and the boots were cursed, and they were draining his fatigue, and I noticed he kept falling over in the middle of combat, and I was like, what the heck's going on? And that's when I learned about this, the fact that not all magic items are good, some are actually bad.
I've never seen such a skillful craft.
I don't even think you can get a good price for those items. Let's hope that there is something over here. You can discover... Oh, no, there's nothing. Okay, good. Good. I'm more lost than I was before. Would there be... Oh, there we go. There's an exit. And there's a small house incongruously sitting here. Okay. Elf. You see an old elf in a worn, tattered robe. He seems a bit annoyed at your presence. What do you want of me? I did not choose to live on this island for its ambiance. He waves you off. I chose it so I wouldn't have to entertain fools. Leave me be. Calm down, I'm not here to bother you. I'm looking for a grave. That is quite the fool's journey just to find somebody's dead body. I'm afraid to ask, but whose grave would you be looking for? I'm looking for the final resting place of Nazruddin. Of course, searching for the great Nazruddin. The great Nazruddin. What was so great about him, damn fool, if you ask me? You seem fairly bitter towards the old chap. What? How dare you, old man? Do you have any idea what... Oh, I forgot this character is actually a priest of Nazruddin. Have you any idea who you're talking about? Nazruddin was the wisest and most benevolent elf in the history of Arcanum. He saved us all, and that includes you. So I recommend you keep your comments to yourself. Oh, and you think you know about Nazruddin, young man? Who are you to tell me about that old worthless elf? Worthless? Why, I oughta... No, I'm not going to sink your level, old man. Nazruddin would have had more patience with men of your kind, and so will I. I don't have to defend him. Oh, of course you don't have to defend him, young man. The old elf was completely incorrigible. There's no defense whatsoever for individuals of such... There's no defense whatsoever for individuals of such low character as he. You've chosen well not to waste your words on the likes of Nazruddin. You're testing my patience, old man. Another bad word about Nazruddin, and it might just be the last one you say on both feet. Do we understand each other? Virgil, perhaps you ought to keep your voice down with our new friend here. Ah, now there's the voice of reason for such a beautiful young elf. You know, in my younger days, I knew a girl looked a lot like you. She had the most wonderful name. Let's see, what was it? I suppose it would translate to something like the Silver One. I think the Silver One might be this sort of queen of the elves that's Raven's mother, maybe. Yes, I also know someone like that. She used to tell me about a great man she once knew. She told me that he taught her many great things, that he was much like her own father. Ah yes, make sure to pass on my greetings to your mother. She was such a wonderful child. And it seems she has a wonderful daughter as well. Greeting, Princess Raven. I will pass on your greetings to her. It will make her happy to know you are here among us. She bows slightly. Greetings, Nazruddin. What? Jesus Christ, elf is alive? Nazra... You're Nazruddin? I would say in all my glory, but I'm afraid I haven't any left. But you're Nazruddin. You saved the world from Aranax. Suddenly his mood shifts to one of quiet sadness. He shakes his head slowly. No, I delivered the world to Aranax. I put in place the system that he felt was his for the taking. I even imparted my elven arrogance to him. I must bear full responsibility for his actions. A bit dramatic, don't you think? Aranax's actions were his own. You do not understand. He was my son. What? The devil is Jesus Christ's son? What? I taught him everything, only to see him be carried away by his youthful temper. I should have seen it. There must have been a way to stop him before it came to what it did. I've heard all of the legends. Can you tell me what really happened? It started in the age of legends. Oh, good. I was young, headstrong. I thought I could take on the world, and I did. I fought the good fight to protect the lesser races, as I arrogantly called them, from the chaos that raged everywhere. Dragons, demons, evil sorcerers. I fought them all in one. And this all before even the days of the Elven Council. How did the Elven Council come about? I gathered a group of idealistic mages together and we created an elven council for the good of all. We really believed that. For a time, I suppose it was even true. I really believe things began to change when we discovered a way to banish things from this plane of existence. Why? It was the ultimate weapon. Once something was banished from this plane of existence, it could never return. Wouldn't death do that too? I mean, I know we can resurrect people, but it's not like an infinite power. You can just kill them and then wait a few weeks and then they're gone forever, right? With ultimate power comes ultimate responsibility. Thank you, Uncle Ben. And ultimate corruption. We were quick to use it on new and ever more terrible threats, the Bane of Kree, Krakatur, Gorgoth, Kurgan. So how did Aranax fit into all this? Sometime during all his heroic carnage, my son came of age. I quickly ushered him into the council, amidst some of the others' protests about his young age and inexperience. And then it all came crashing down upon me. Look, are you certain you really want to hear all of this self-pitying drivel? I came all this way, I do. So what did Aranax actually do that was so terrible? He had taken it upon himself to keep the balance, as he termed it. He believed that being a member of the council validated any course of action he chose to pursue. This meant attacking anything he saw as a threat, such as a city that had begun building advanced technological devices. Vendigroth, it was called. I think we did see a submarine that was curiously ancient earlier on in a game on the Isle of Despair, the prison. So that might have been their civilization that he destroyed. So this whole technological magic thing has been interwoven with what's going on from the beginning. He warned them to cease their destructive behavior and destroyed one of their factories to underscore this point. Justifiably afraid for their very lives, they swiftly constructed a device that could destroy even the most powerful wizard. He responded by calling on forces that few of us had ever seen, and wiping out not just the city, but the whole province of Vendigroth from the face of Arcanum with one blow.
He felt himself betrayed when the council condemned his actions. He showed no remorse. In his arrogance, he was sure he would be vindicated. I cast the deciding vote to banish my own son. If I must die, I will be the last, he screamed as he hurled the spell that brought an end to the council, the age of legends, and my will to live. It was a harsh dawn that morning on the plains of Brodgar, and it was there in the shadow of the Black Spire that our armies met in the most terrible battle that Arcanum has ever seen.
Polos.
As the sun set, only 4 of us were still alive to witness the destruction we had brought to pass. I found Aranax among the corpses of our decimated armies, and it was there that I condemned my own son to the void.
I guess they have kind of a King Arthur and his Mordred kind of thing going on with the father fighting the son who's turned evil.
In the end, it was only through our combined might that Aranax was subdued, and I watched my own son fall into the horror of the void. But such was the fury and power unleashed by this conflict that the very fabric of reality was torn asunder. With our remaining energy, we were able to seal the rift with powerful wards, and the ring of
That's the one
Brodgar
unfortunate
still
thing
stands
about the
today
high
as a
res mod.
monument to my son's
The
destructive
pre-done
pride
cutscenes
and
are not
my
going
own
to scale with it.
unforgivable failure.
So it's just this little box of stuff. When I regained consciousness, I was on the shore of Thanatos. I had regained just enough energy to seal myself in a regenerative shell. I remained that way for 1,000 years. No one had ever stayed in a shell for anywhere near that amount of time. Somehow my magical hypernator extended my life much beyond that of even those powerful elven mages. Are you aware there's a religion worshipping you? I am well aware of the whole Panari tomfoolery, yes. When I emerged from my regenerative state, I traveled to the mainland. I suppose I thought I could somehow live among the world again after I spoke with that Manox fellow. I knew I was deluding myself. Didn't you tell him who you were? After I listened to his insane beliefs for what seemed like hours, I hinted that I had actually known Nazardin. He was already too far gone. He would not have believed any of my protests or denials of my godhood. He most likely would have interpreted the whole thing as some sort of test, I suppose. Did you kill him? Yes, word of that eventually reached my ears. I can only assume that somehow he realized who I was and began talking about his visitation. I have not the slightest idea where the Ascension place of legend originated from. Okay, I need your help. He sighs. It is almost as if you can see the weight of the world piercing his spirit. I feel as if I have been waiting to hear those words since I awoke, those many years ago. I had hoped it would never come to this. From your tale, I can only surmise that the Black Mountain clan were banished to the void to construct some sort of technological device to nullify the wards. So Aranax decided to use technology in order to free himself from the void, even though he committed genocide in the name of magic against technology years ago. And that's how it started. Okay. So that's how Aranax plans to return. He cries out in anguish, "Why, Aranax? Why can't you see the folly of the path you've chosen? What are you going to do about this situation? I don't know, kill him, I guess? What am I going to do? He's your son. What are you going to do?" That's a great answer. "I fear there is nothing I can do. I am old, tired. I do not believe I could stand up against my son now, even if I could find the heart to try." How is it he's still powerful after all this time? We do not know what life in the void is like, if it even be called life. Who knows what sources of power could be found on the other side? So you deliberately banished Elf Hitler to a place where there's unknown powers where he could become a god. Is that what you're telling me? There must be some way to stop him. I can think of only one possible strategy to defeat him now. You must retrieve the Vendigroth device that was meant to destroy him. You said Vendigroth was destroyed, though. And so it was. Above ground, there are many catacombs and tunnels lying beneath the surface. Some of the members attempted to retrieve it to use against Aranax, but they never returned. We were forced to battle without it, and you know the consequences of that. What does the device do? Extremely powerful mages have the ability to regenerate themselves whenever they are badly hurt, as I did. If one is powerful enough to hurt a master sorcerer gravely, the mage will retreat into his regenerative shell and emerge stronger than ever. Oh, well, that explains why you can't just kill him. The device is the only way known to disrupt the regenerating shield, and disrupting the field kills the mage within? Quite so. The technology of the device is designed to disrupt the field in such a way as to cause the shell to drain the life force instead of regenerating it. Quite gruesome to contemplate, actually. Further, it is said that the one who is killed in this manner is forever separated from this world, with no chance of being returned magically or otherwise. How can I find the device? We must search the ruins of Vendigroth in the wastes where the city once lay. Where can I find the ruins? I do not know exactly. Those days are long past, and with them a better part of my memory, I am afraid. All I know is that at one point Vendigroth and its settlements spread out over that whole area known as the Wastes. There was a bridge leading into the Vendigroth province. He marks your map. Interesting. Why don't you go get the device? I must conserve what little remains of my energy to banish you to the void. Once you have retrieved the device, oh, that's right, we have to go there to kill him. The banishment spell is rarely performed by a single mage. Its power requirement is great. Wait a minute, you're going to banish me? Certainly, if you were to wait for Aranax to breach the wards, I fear the loss of life would be immeasurable. Yeah, but I don't care about that. Like, let's say he killed 10 million people. Like, you know, I don't want to go to hell dimension forever. It seems everything has fallen to me once again. The irony of all this is that not lost on myself. One might almost believe the prophecies to be true. It does appear that you are instrumental in halting this cataclysm, if only this were not necessary. I had hoped this. I had hoped if Aranax ever returned, he would have realized the error of what he had done. Judging from my encounter with him, I'd say no. Yes, it is obvious to me that he has committed himself to a path which can only end in his destruction. And how do I get back? Can I use the technological device he was using to breach the void to return myself? You must meet me at the site of the wards, the Ring of Brodgar, as they are known. The barrier between the worlds is thin enough there for me... to be able to send you across by myself. I would suggest you bring as much help as you can recruit, as it will be no easy task to defeat Aranax. I'll do it, but can you clarify some
What
things?
is it that is troubling your thoughts?
What can you tell me about the others that were banished? Whose tale of woe would you like to have recounted? What about Gorgoth? Gorgoth is a simple tale, though disturbingly common in the Age of Legends. He was a mindless beast with an insatiable appetite. He had a liking for halflings, if I recall correctly. Bringing him hello took quite a fierce battle, though a mindless one. We could think of nothing to do with him, so we banished him to the void to keep him from wreaking any more havoc. Okay, I'm just gonna go then. So it seems almost in a way that Nasruddin kind of seems like the stereotypical hero character of a medieval fantasy tale. And his actions by slaying beasts and creating a council of justice and good actually ended up causing an incredible amount of despair and misery in the end. So, oh well. So I guess we have to use the device that Aranax is making in the north. It doesn't look like there's anything over. I guess I'm gonna have to go back through the jungle maybe, but I want to see if I can just skirt along the edge here. Maybe I can't. No. This small stand of trees with that obviously I can get across is stopping that. I think there is some sort of teleport spell that you can use, but whatever. I'm not much of a mage kind of guy. 10 points to spend, and I have not really any... I don't know. I assume I'm going to wait until I get to the void and see... I don't want to spend them now and then later think that, oh, I should have spent them on XYZ. That would have been a lot more useful than what I had. So the wastes are all the way up on the farthest, top right tip of the continent. So it's going to take a while to get there, so I'll just cut to there when I get there. Okay, so I went back to the biggest church of the religion, and I wanted to tell them, like, hey, Elf Jesus is real, and he's still alive, and you can just go to this island and talk to him, but apparently the head of the church doesn't care, so I can't tell him that. But that would be the first thing I would do if I found out that Elf Jesus was real. I just go say, your religion is a lie, everything's false, you can go talk to him, close down your religion. Okay, anyway. I'm at the Vendigroth Wastes now, where we're trying to find this technological doodad. Happy to meet you. Might I ask your name? I am Weldo Rubin, the renowned halfling adventurer at your service, sir. A halfling adventurer? Question mark? That's a little racist, I don't think I should say that, but... What are you doing out here, Weldo? Why, adventuring, of course. What better place to explore than the dreaded wastes of Vendigroth? Have you seen any cities out in the waste? Well, it's pretty empty out there, and I haven't been exploring all that long, but I found this one city way out in the wastes, surrounded by shifting sands. No roads lead into or out of the place. There was no obvious entrance, so I climbed the surrounding wall. From that vantage, I could see the whole place. Anyone live there? Yeah, there were a lot of people inside, lots of different races. Everyone was wearing robes and acting very polite and all. Did you go in there? No, I climbed back down and left. Bigger folk have their own ways, and I won't be disturbing them. Would you show me where it is? I do not know. Perhaps if you did something for me, you little prick. What would that be? I found a very interesting device in a foray near here. He holds up a rather small, peculiar item for you to look at. I found this in some old ruins on the wastes. Trouble is, it's missing a part. It doesn't work as it is. I will mark your map if you bring me a part for the device I showed you. I think I need a little metal sprocket that fell off near the wreckage. Will you do this? Yeah, I guess so. It's too late to start being evil now. Where are the ruins? Here's the location of the ruins. He marks your map. Return with the part when you have found it. You obnoxious little hobbit bastard. Mysterious ruins. Okay. Ooh, there's enemies in here. Lizard? You lose your turn if you click on someone that you can't get to, I think, so I better be careful here. Okay, there we go. Ooh, I was able to get this. So I guess the Vendigrothians had some hyper-advanced society, or like a steampunk society like we have now, but they were wiped out. So, Are they trying to say that we can't advance society, or it's going to be blown up by magic, or magic and technology inevitably have some kind of battle that they're going to have to fight? Okay. Where is this item? Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay. Is this the entire ruins, or is it a much bigger set of ruins? I don't really see. I don't know if there's a hotkey that lets you highlight all interactable items, because I'm pretty sure that because Neverwinter Nights had that, and that was very, very useful. But fatigue? No, that was something in my quick bar. Ooh, junk pile. Nope. I'm keeping around the healing salve and so forth, just in case, I guess. They're basically just function like health potions. I don't know if they're all that different. Sprocket. Is there more to these ruins? Let me see what I wrote down. I was told the story of a banishment of Gorgoth. No, that's not it. Accepted, find the part for Weldo's device from the wreckage in the wastes. Really? That was it? That's the entirety of the building? Just one tiny little thing? That's weird. Maybe I should just go back there and kill the little bastard. The zooming out that the higher resolution patch causes makes it very difficult at times to make out any small little items here and there. I don't know if it's possible. Could one of my... Oh, there we go. This old sprocket looks ancient. There is an imprint mostly rubbed off. The only 5 letters you can read say Groth. I'm glad I thought of that, because I mentioned earlier your companions can pick up items on the ground, but I assume they wouldn't be able to pick up quest items, but I guess they can. Okay, I have the part. That's great. Give it to me and I'll mark your map. Okay, I marked the location. Tell me about your adventures. Nah, I'll just go. I will just go. Tulla. Mysterious city. I assume we're gonna have to do quests for these people. They said they were wearing robes, though, which is more mage-like than, technology-based, but I don't know what kind of society they have now. Okay, Elf Guard. What is this place? He looks at you over for a moment before responding. Ah, it is you. Jorian told us to be expecting you. You may enter. Who is Jorian and what is his place? Jorian the Diviner. He is inside waiting for you in this place. This place is Tulla, and it went away too fast for me to read. Okay. Oh. Magically held. Okay. So do they use a mixture of magic and technology? Student of magic. A truly noble creature stands before me. I bid you welcome, Outlander. Your countenance shines brightly from your pure heart. I don't know what lighting that up does. Maybe nothing. Not sure what it does there. It's got a little lizard cat thing. That's neat. Countenance shines brightly. Ooh, a fire element. Maybe there, I think it was Arthur C. Clarke that said that any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. Hello. Hello, sir. Might I ask your name? I am Herzod Monk, apprentice mage in the College of Phantasm. How do you do, sir? Very well, thank you. Might I ask you a few questions? Surely, what do you need to know? What can you tell me of Tulla, Herzod? Tulla, it's a wonderful place, full of much strange things and interesting people. If only I didn't have to do all this bloody schoolwork. How's a fellow supposed to enjoy himself if his nose is always in the books? Do you have much schooling left? Oh, not really. A few bothersome papers, some illusionary presentations, nothing all that difficult. Of course, there is the final examination. What does that entail? There's a maze underneath Tulla. It was built by an illusionist centuries ago, an old elf by the name of Falkin. In order to pass the final exam, I need to retrieve a platinum chalice from the middle of Falkin's maze and bring it back to the Master Illusionist. It's not that I don't think I can do it, but it's just there's so much else I'd rather be doing. Can I help you? Now there's a possibility. Yes, that just might work out nicely. That way I could run out later with the boys. There's a fireball tourney later this afternoon that I'd love to play in. Fine, and I've got an old scroll of Phantasmal Fiend around here somewhere. Shall we call that your payment? I guess so. Very good. The scroll is yours once you return with the chalice. The entrance to the maze is just out in the courtyard. It's an archway made of stone. You'll need this coin in order to pass through it into the maze. He hands you a coin. Falcon's coin. Out in the courtyard? No, that didn't do anything. So it's just right through here? Ah, okay, I guess it is. Maze. Falcon's boots, helmet, an amulet? Do I want or need these things? Dagger, ring, stone. Oh, it's a teleportation maze. Those are always really obnoxious. Nothing seems to be happening. Oh no, maybe they trapped me down here or something. Do I need to put on all of his items? Maybe? All of his equipment? Helmet, boots, gloves, dagger. I think that was it. Oh no, his ring. Will that do something? No. That's unfortunate. Can I use the coin? No, not really. There are Falcon's items around here. Well, I guess I'm just stuck forever then. Okay, well... Oh god, I'm gonna have to reload quite a ways back, unfortunately. Okay, I'll just cut to that. Okay, back in Tulla. I should have saved before going through that, that archway. Let's just go to the head honcho's place. Jorian. It's a lovely little dining area. That's nice. That's got to be him. Level 50. This old, wizened figure doesn't react to your approach. You cannot be certain he has even seen you. Excuse me? Ah, it is the Wanderer. You are here to speak with Simeon Tor. I am? A wry smile crosses his face. He continues as if you had not spoken. Before you may see him, you must do something for me. I need vital information. The fate of Arcanum hangs in the balance. That may be. You know what, I'm not even going to bother trying. Just tell me. Go and gaze upon the mural in the main hall. It is near a glowing circle on the floor. I am certain you must have passed it on your way here, and then you may enter to see Simeon Tor. Alright, I'm not even going to question it at this point. Whatever. Mural. There it is. Mural of Enlightenment. That's strange. Do I have to touch something outside in the order that it's done here, maybe? Maybe I should screen cap this. Alright, so that's all screen capped. Let's go chat with that obnoxious old wizard guy. I could probably kill him, you know, if I wanted to. You have seen the mural. You may now enter to speak with Tor. But why did you have to look at the mural? Because that is what you needed to do. Yeah, okay, whatever. Hello? Game? There we go. Ooh, fast travel system? Blackroot, Caledon, Ring of Brodgar. Oh, can I just teleport to places now? That's pretty cool. Okay. Simeon Tor. Before you stand Simeon Tor, Master Mage of all Tulla. His awesome power is evident in even his slightest gestures as he motions you closer. You've come seeking information. He studies you for a moment. The experience is a bit unnerving. Nazardan has sent me to find the location of the Vendigroth ruins. Pelogion. He lets the name hang in the air a few moments before continuing. Pelogion is the only one who can answer the question for you. Are you not surprised I spoke with Elf Jesus? Nazardan speaks to us all, at one time or another. You don't understand, he's alive on the island of Thanatos. That is interesting. That's a bit of an understatement. It is intriguing, I will grant you that, but I can only assume that he has his reasons for staying hidden all these years. Who would be I to question the great Nazardan's motives? If he can keep himself alive for 2,000 years, I am but a gnat compared to him. If you are willing, though, I would be appreciative were you to share your tale with me. Okay, I'll tell him. Your story rings true, despite its implausibility. But as I have said, Pelogion is the only one who will be able to help you. Where is he? How is the question, not where? Pelogion is dead. He has been for 1,000 years. Okay, then how do I speak with him? No one knows. Since his death, he has appeared above Pelogion's pool every night at midnight. He floats there for an hour and then fades away. No one has even been able to coax him to speak. You must find a way to bring his voice forth. Okay, do you have any ideas? The answers are yours to find, Wanderer. Perhaps Pelosian's history might yield some clues for you. Alright, who was he? He turns away from you, perhaps admiring one of his mystical portals. Pelosian, clairvoyant, artist, poet, founder of Tulla, and above all, master of summoning. Hearing tales of him in my youth is what led me to summoning, actually. Okay, what can you tell me about his art? He was an artist of great talent. His paintings are said to help those who meditate on them become closer to achieving oneness. His best work, in my opinion, is the aptly named Mural of Enlightenment. Jorian sent me to see that mural before he would let me in here. Really? That's interesting. Who is that Jorian fellow anyway? Jorian is the master of divination here in Tulla. A bit of the clairvoyant in him there is. Jorian never has anyone do anything for no reason. Of that you can be certain. He knows more than he is letting on, I feel. Well, I'll go speak to him further. It will do you no good. He has revealed everything he is going to, and if I know him, it was not very much. Okay, what is the mural meant to represent? No one knows, really. The largest symbol is thought to possibly represent a lost college of magic, but no one can say for sure. What can you tell me about his poetry? His poetry was a bit overwhelming for most, much less lyrical than his paintings. The poems seem to reveal his inner self in a way few could understand. We don't know his poetry firsthand, sadly. Enough, his work has been lost to us. All we have are others' writings about him. So the answer to making him speak could be in his poetry? Perhaps. I need some sort of clues to go on. Where do I start looking? That is not the way this works. The path is yours to tread, no one else's. You mentioned he was clairvoyant. Yes, that is why I believe that even had he not seen the ruins that you seek with his own eyes, he will be able to give you the answers that you seek. It is believed that his writings and his paintings foretold future events. In fact, much of what he has prophesied has come to pass. Like what? He saw many things that most refuse to believe. While that's impressive, I can't understand their disbelief. I appreciate your humor, but all I can tell you is that these things are the way they need to be. You said he founded this city. Pelosian was born to great wealth, but his spirit was that of a wandering mystic. It would not allow him to live a life of leisure. When in his travels he found only arrogance, greed, and that thirst for power among the sorcerers of his day, it troubled his soul greatly. He wandered out into the wasteland, and it was here that he found what he was looking for, which was clarity, a singular consciousness. A place he couldn't start a new philosophy, that he could start a new philosophy of magic. He gathered young, promising disciples around him and created this marvelous place, a beacon to all those that would pursue the ways of magic with a pure heart. What am I to do now? Okay, I'll just go.
As it must be, you must find your...
Good day, then. Okay, so I can go to Caledon, Ring of Brogdar, Blackroot, Tarrant, Ashbury, and Stillwater. Oh, that's nice. But is it a one-way portal? I'm going to try one of these portals and see what happens. Is it not a portal? Oh, maybe it's just an image. I can't actually go in. That's weird. I'm just going to cut back to the mural. Okay, I'm back to the mural. I'm actually really digging this entire philosophy thing. Philosophy's always interested me. And some of you who've actually seen my ancient, like 10-plus-year-old videos about Planescape know that I really get into philosophical concepts in RPG games, and I'm getting a good Planescape vibe going on right here, so that's a lot of fun. Okay, do I need to step on the things outside in order to activate the portal here? Is this where they said he materializes every... Let me see if I can wait until... I think they said he appears at midnight. Come on, guys, don't stand. Cannot wait here. Perfect. What time is it? It's about 10 a.m. Okay. Ooh, wait a minute. There are some things out here. where is it that he appeared? Right, let me wait again until evening. So it's at 8 o'clock. Let's wait a little bit more. Okay, it is now just after midnight. There he is! He did show up. Spirit before you says nothing. Okay, so that's where he's going to show up. So, I guess we should ask the townsfolk about his poetry. There is also a library. It says unlocked, but I can't open it. That's weird. That's also weird. I did not mean to stand on these two things here. It was kind of an accident. And then there's a library in Tarrant that maybe we can go ask if there are any books about this guy there. It's weird. I thought that all the doors say unlocked, but I can't get in. No? Gnome guy? Oh, no. Just a random NPC. Ooh, I can get in here, though. Oh! I can... These are not magically held. Ooh, sword. That's interesting. I'll leave it there for now, though. Up to my eyeballs and swords and everything. Truly noble creature. Okay, I will zip back to Tarrant and see if they have anything at the university library about this guy, so I'll cut there. Okay, so the library was a no-go, and I also went back just to check with Nazruddin to see if he had anything to say about this, but he didn't. I'm probably just overthinking this entire thing, and the answer is entirely in Tulla. So I'm just exploring the castle now, and this is the Master of Morphing Magic, and she did have a cure for a werewolf person that I mentioned earlier that I purchased. Can I have a moment of your time? Please explain morph to me. Morph is simply amazing magic, to see the substance of a creature weaken before your eyes, or become a minuscule representation of what it once was. It is utterly awe-inspiring. Only a fool dares anger a mage in possession of such a skill. Yeah, fool with a gun. That's a good response. One of the finest magical skills available in my opinion, madam. Is there anything else? No, I guess not. Let's see if there's anything else to discover. Animals? Oh. Tiger. Wow. Okay. I'm not seem to be able to talk to any of these tigers, which is unfortunate, but... Okay. Greetings, Master. May I ask what college you have mastered? I am Furco Liddell, Master of Nature. Do you feel threatened by the advancement of technology? I have heard much of this technology of late. I certainly do not view it as a threat. It seems more like a poor man's magic, if you ask me. It lacks both the strength and the discipline provided by magic. Once people realize this, I doubt that it will exist for long. I doubt that. Could you explain nature magic to me? The nature magics involve those things that surround us, such as vegetation and wildlife. Nature is, for the most part, a benevolent magic, allowing the caster to charm creatures and speed healing, yet it can also be used defensively if one chooses. So consider summoning a bunny to be a great magical feat. It seems nature is a very versatile and powerful college. No, that's it. This is leading me towards my goal, though. Greetings, Master. May I ask what college you have mastered? I am Dari, Master of Necromantic Black. Do you require something? I am honored to meet you, sir. Looking you over thoroughly, I see you are a student of Necromantic Black. A wise choice. I do have a couple points in that. That's how you summon spirits to talk to them. I foresee you'll become a powerful mage. Thank you. Can you explain do you feel threatened by technology? Threatened? Ha! What have I to be threatened by? I, who can, upon a whim, can control the very people who create those disdainful contraptions. No, my friend, that madness will certainly pass. Explain Necromantic Black to me. Necromantic Black deals with the harm and control of both man and beast through magic. It is the most powerful form of magic. Even transcending the boundary between life and death, it is not to be trifled with. One of the finest magical skills. That's about it. Are we going to find a book about his poetry so we can figure this out? Okay, Master of Necromantic White. I'm honored to meet you, sir. I am pleased to see that you are a student of Necromantic White. It is by far the most beneficial magic. I too am honored to meet you. Do you see technology as a threat to magic? Not at all. Though attractive, technology will never be able to heal the body to the same degree as magic. That's true. As people realize this, they will return to accepting magic as the one true method of healing, leaving technology far behind. Can you explain Necromantic White? The College of Necromantic White uses magic to perform instantaneous healing. It is a magic of unparalleled power, as it can overcome the frailties of mortal bodies, even conquering death. I don't need to use magic to heal. Ever heard of medicine? Yeah, medicine isn't very helpful compared to magic. If there's ever one area where people would choose magic rather than technology, it's medicine. An astounding feat, by far the greatest of all magic, sir. No, that would be it. I guess every college is represented here. Master of Phantasm. What is that exactly? Phantasmal magics alter the perceptions of others through the force of your will. It's surprising how many are vulnerable to the slightest mental suggestion. That seems pretty cool. And threaten hardly. Someday soon the darkness within the minds of the technologists will be dispelled. Then they will remember that true strength follows the ways of magic, as it has always been and ever shall be. So how did this hyper-technologically advanced society leave behind this magical college society? Was it the same as the Vendigrothi, or not? Is it different? I don't know if this is related to the ghost quest we're doing, but whatever. Greetings, Master. May I ask what college you have mastered? I am Mr. Harold Sumner, Master of the Summoning. Sumner? Sumner the Summoner? It cannot possibly be your real name, can it? No, of course not. However, a Master Mage can call himself whatever he wishes, do you not agree? Besides, I enjoy the reaction my name causes now, much more so than I tell them my given name, Tom Smith. I see your point. I think you've made an excellent choice, Mr. Sumner. Yes, please explain summoning to me. Summoning is the greatest of magics, to gain the ability to call forth substance where none existed previously. There is nothing like it in all the world. If you're going to learn a magical college, I would highly recommend it. It is most entertaining. I agree with you. Okay. And there's actually a ton of spell colleges in this game, a ton of types. There's all of these, which is pretty amazing, but whatever. Okay, I am Sayala, Mistress of Temporal Magic. How do you feel about technology? Technology, it's an insignificant movement among the lesser races. I have seen nothing from these technologists that would even begin to compete with my abilities. It is nothing more than a passing fancy. It is interesting how they've tied in the race differences from medieval fantasy games like elf, dwarf, human, etc., and tied them in with Victorian conceptions of racism. That was an interesting choice they made. Like orcs in the world of Arcanum are kind of beasts of burden, essentially, and treated horribly. And you can actually lead like a proletarian uprising of orcs if you want. But anyway, please explain temporal to me. The temporal magic consists of those spells that distort time and the effects that time has on creatures. It is an extremely difficult magic to perform correctly, requiring immense concentration and strength and will. Only the most dedicated of students is successful in temporal. Give it a bottle or two of wine, I can distort time as well. You are clearly a mage of immense power, madam. Doesn't really seem like we're getting anywhere here. Unless this is required for what we need to do. Like we need to learn about the colleges of magic or something. Okay. I am Vitora, Mistress of Conveyance. How may I enlighten you? Do you feel threatened by, all the trains and planes? Threatened? Oh no, oh no. Please recall, sir, that the immeasurable force we call magic has been with us from the dawn of time. This new technology is merely an incidental attitude. In time you shall see the histories recorded as inconsequential. Explain conveyance to me. Conveyance is the movement of bodies of items by force of will alone. It is an extremely advanced magic demanding immense concentration to perform correctly. Okay. No idea where I'm supposed to be finding a book about the poetry of someone from the past. Okay. I am Miss Cassandra Johansson, Mistress of Divination. How may I enlighten you? Threatened? Oh no, oh no. Please recall, sir, that the immeasurable force we call magic has been... Okay, right. Explain divination. Magic divination allows us to see that which others cannot see, to look beyond what is physically represented and see the truth. When I see a steam engine, I see the truth quite clearly. Okay, I don't want to anger any of these mages. That's usually a bad idea, so I'm just being polite with them. Oh my goodness, an air elemental. Are you... I can't talk to him. Is there someone in here to chat with? Oh, weirdly enough, you can sometimes walk through windows here like this. Okay. What college? I am Cain, Master of Air. I have seen no technological equivalent to rival the power of air. Threatened? Not in the slightest. I pity the common man. He is being duped by charlatans displaying such base tricks of no substance. And the elemental air, I don't really need to explain to me. It's just whatever. Thank you for time. Is this fire? Oh no, earth. Threatened by tech. Threat? No, he's not. Dealing with the living force emanation from land beneath our feet. I don't see anybody else there. Maybe I should go talk to Jorian again. Mistress of Fire. That plague, it should be scorched from the land. I cannot believe that we allow a beast that weakens our own powers to grow unchecked. It's preposterous. Can you explain fire magic? Fire. All creatures great and small bow down to the power that is fire. To harness that strength at your whim, to see the first tiny spark spring from your hand, to watch it grow, to feel the heat, the power. Fire is agile, powerful, deadly, smiling wickedly. I love it. Okay. And I guess this is the water guy. Master of Hydromancy. You must be the Wanderer. How did you know that? Means to pace, his arms folded behind him. Well, we have a situation which has developed since you have been here. We are not equipped. There's a good reason we only accept students who are of a very young age, or those that have led sheltered lives. Travelers such as yourself are rare, and your effect on our students is easily controlled. What's your point? We cannot have immature minds that have been influenced by the outside world living here. Tulla needs to maintain its philosophical purity, as it were, to retain our effectiveness as a refuge for pure magic. Since you have been here in Tulla, a problem has arisen with one of our former students. Philosophical purity does sound a little bit arrogant to me, but whatever. What does this have to do with me? We here at Tulla are not much for open conflict. This could be a difficult situation to negotiate. I was wondering if you could care to help us out in this matter. Maybe? I made the questionable choice of sending out one of our students to retrieve a gem that would be useful to me in my water magics. That was over 120 days ago. Do you want me to try to find him? There is no need. He has returned and is waiting at the front gate. But he has been gone too long. We cannot possibly allow him to return to his studies here. He has been contaminated by the outside world. By the gods, he's even wearing technologically enhanced armor. Please continue. As I said, we are not much for open conflict. What we need you to do is meet with him and convince him to give us the gem and to leave peaceably. That is no longer the place. This is no longer the place for him. I will give you a robe of fire resistance in consideration for your help in this matter. What if he won't listen to reason? My only concern is the retrieval of the gem. What if he becomes violent? My only concern is the retrieval of the gem. I do not care whether he accepts his fate or not. It is his fate nonetheless. Albert knew the risk when he volunteered. I'll do this because maybe I could get that sweet technological armor he has, if it's any good. Okay. Let's go see if we can have a chat with him. Oh, let's talk to this guy first, then. Master of Force. You feel threatened? Technology, I should hardly think I should feel threatened by such a trifling matter. I've actually discussed this newest fashion with several visitors we've had of late. It seems a very limited instrument, completely inflexible to the will. It does not hold people's fancy for long. And what is force? The Magical College of Force deals with drawing upon the natural energies that surround us. Through extreme concentration of sheer volition, you learn to draw this energy into yourself, shape it to your will, and dispense it to your bidding as extremely powerful. Okay. Don't remember seeing any guy outside. Master of the Mental Spell College. Ooh, cool. I really love psionic stuff, so that's pretty neat. What do you think of tech? It is a frivolous waste of time, if you ask me. I cannot fathom the fascination that technology holds for many. Magic is clearly the more powerful tool. Oh well, it is said that every fool is born every moment. Please explain the Magical College of Mental to me. The Mental College deals with manipulating the mind of another person or even beast, incredibly useful against an adversary. Power of mental can be quite intoxicating. It is an easy power to abuse. Okay. So let's go and have a chat with that guy outside. Oh, is there another school of magic? How many schools of magic are there? I've been clicking on all these bookshelves in the hope that there's like a book of some sort of poetry book for that guy, but I didn't see anything. Okay, where is this guy? Oh, there he is. Level 40. Human technologist. Okay, are you here to let me in? I don't understand this imbecile of a guard won't let me enter. Not exactly. What do you mean? I've been out here for months looking for this damn gem. The monsters I've had to fight and the ludicrous things people had me do for them so that they could tell me the slightest bit of information. You wouldn't believe it. Oh, I believe it. Why would you want to go? But why do you want to go back in there? This is my home. I wish to return to my studies. I can barely read this. The white in the background doesn't work. Got the gem. He turns and screams at the guard. Let me in! But what of your armor? You're turning towards technology. Look, I did what I had to do to get by out there. Enough talk. Why don't you let me in? I'm not sure. I don't know. Good day. What? It's not letting me tell him? That's weird. Maybe I can just attack him. Let's just try attacking him.
Sorry to say it, but I'm liking you less and less. If things don't change, I'll be going my own way.
Gem of water purity, machined plate, and a gun. EC 25. This is better than the armor I have now. 84. 82. It's not better. So I'm going to leave him alive. You know, just because of that. Kind of at a loss of where to go now. It said his poetry might be an answer, but how do I find out about his poetry? Where do I go to learn about it? I think I may... who's this? No. Let's see the name. No, I'm not gonna... Maybe I have to do this quest and I find the book in there or something for him. Unless it has to do with those... walking along some sort of correct path of these or something. That's not on there, though. But there is a spiral one here. Strange. Maybe it's actually out there in the wastes somewhere. Oh boy. Maybe I just need to step on all of them. Maybe that'll do something. Let's see here. Or maybe this does nothing. Maybe this is all aesthetic and there's really nothing to do here. Not yet. Nope. It's the last two. Oh, they've actually stopped now. That's interesting. Don't quite know what's going on there. Might have to look this up. Okay, I'm glad I did not use my character points so frivolously, because what I want to do is get the unlocking cantrip. And hopefully I can use that to get in these doors without going through this obnoxious puzzle. There we go. And let's see if we can just open these doors like this. What? I thought I could get in here. It says unlocked already. Can I just bash open the doors? Maybe there's another spell I had to get. Target is unlocked but not opened. Unseen force. See contents. Sense hidden. Tell me there. Strength of earth. Don't see any other unlocking thing. Reflection. Quench life. Phantasm fiend. Congeal time. Okay. Maybe I do need to go through all of these stupid things to open these doors somehow. Okay, let's figure out how... Because I need to get an item in one of these houses. Actually, let me just see if I can bash down the door. Sick of this crap. I'm just using my bare fists here. And it's not actually doing any damage. And the game froze. Perfect. Okay, let's see if I can figure out which ones it needs to go on. There's water. I wish we could reset this earlier. I don't know. This one being here is annoying. Okay. Let's go to the school. I think I have to click on the Earth, Air, Water, and Fire Schools of Magic. But because it's zoomed out so small, I can barely see anything. Water, I could tell. We clicked on. No, that doesn't look like it. Could that be one of them? Oh, I can barely even tell. This doesn't even look like it. Okay, there we go. Crap, I can barely see these things. Maybe I should have zoomed everything in a little bit. There we go. That's Earth. So we have Earth and water touched. Air is a very complicated looking thing here. Is that it? Is that here? I don't know, I don't think so. Is that air? Maybe? And fire is that one. I think I have to reset this somehow. Okay, I just had to do it in the right order. It was... well, whatever it was. Air or water... whatever, I don't care. This game isn't very puzzly, to be honest. So this is actually kind of a unique little area. Most of the time, they don't have this, thankfully. Verses of the Wanderer. At last, but at what came first in the final step before you come to me? There's supposed to be some other item in here. We're supposed to get a magic amulet, I think. Oh god, did somebody pick... wait, did somebody pick it up? Oh, here it is. No, I have. Pelagian's amulet. Okay, I think now I'm just going to cheat and look up what to step on. And you need the amulet in order to step on them correctly. And... I think it was star, stick figure, spiral... cross, star, stick figure, spiral, cross, this? Maybe? Star, stick figure, spiral, cross, magic symbol. Nope. Is it star? No, I guess not. Star, stick figure. Was it spiral? No, wait, stick figure was third. It was star, spiral, stick figure, cross circle, symbol of magic. There we go. Greetings, travelers. Long have I waited for you to come. What do you mean? The signs, traveler. You read them, did you not? The Mural of Enlightenment, the Verses of the Wanderer. Well, I looked up a guide, because I don't have a million years to spend figuring out a puzzle. That isn't really why I play RPG games, but anyway. The Verses of the Wanderer, the objects you have assembled here today. All of these were signs I left for you, and they were also signs for me, so that I would know you when you came. So you knew all this time you were waiting for me? You, traveler, I was blessed with the gift of seeing the future. I wish you were blessed with having a better font here on this background. Someday you would... I think you can use one of the unofficial patch to make the font bigger so it's easier to read. But I had enough trouble getting this to record in the first place. I don't want to mess with the INI file anymore. The config file, I mean. I knew that someday you would need my help, so I am here and you are here. How is it that I can be of service? I have some questions. Where are the Vendigroth ruins? The Vendigroth ruins? That's very easy, traveler. The apparition points to a place in your map, a place of sorrow, a place of death. What can you tell me about them? Vendigroth was an amazing place, traveler. There are wonders now here in your time, but I tell you, Vendigroth was a city of marvels and wonders. This thing you call technology, the people of Vendigroth mastered it long before the dwarves. I can't even begin to describe the things they created. But then Aranax became angry with them. He feared technology? Yes, and he annihilated them because of it. Tread carefully in the ruins of old Vendigroth, traveler. The blood of its people still screams for retribution, for revenge. It is an evil place, twisted by pain and fury. Your journey there will not be an easy one. Okay? What can you tell me about the Vendigroth device? It was a device they created to destroy him, and destroy him it would have done, traveler. If a machine can be thought of as evil, then this Vendigroth device would be called such. What does it do exactly? Put very simply, it severs a soul from this world forever. A person killed with this device can never return to the lands of the living. It is the true and final death, the last step in the dark journey. What role do I play in all this? Because I was confused, because we were supposed to be the reincarnation of Nazredin, but if Nazredin is not only not a god, which I figured, but is still alive, he can't really be resurrected as anybody or reincarnated as anything. I'm just a guy. Your role is a strange one, traveler. On one hand, you might say that you are merely fate's puppet, destined to play the role given you. But if you look at it another way, it is you and only you that has any choice whatsoever. It is everyone else who dances to the strings. In the end, how you see things is your decision and your decision only. An interesting viewpoint. Actually kind of a boring, muddled viewpoint, but whatever. If you can see into the future, how does all this end? Pelagian laughs. I knew you were going to ask that question. Did you really expect an answer? No. Well, okay. Let us go take a look at the Vendigrothian ruins. Yes, I must go as well. My long vigil is over, and I can initially go to my rest. Fate has not yet chosen, and death himself awaits. Farewell, traveler. Farewell. Probably could have just written all this down on a piece of paper. You didn't need to have your soul remain in mortal plane of existence for all eternity, for 2,000 years or something, or 1,000, whatever it was. I don't know why we can't tell this technologist just to leave, and then he's not allowed back in. We should just tell him to go. I mean, maybe if we bumped up my charisma a little bit, something would happen, but whatever. I also found when I was traveling through these wastelands that they're supposedly so dangerous, but actually they're just a bunch of trash mobs to fight. And when I mean a bunch, I mean constant. It was perpetual when I ran across there, but I'm managing to cross here now pretty easily with just one. But I had like 5 or 6, so I was trying to escape the other time. Okay. Well, and another level that I'm not using. Maybe there's going to be some sweet, like, power armor here. The technologist armor that they wear kind of looks a little bit like, what is it called? Power armor in Fallout when you wear it, so that's kind of neat. Maybe I should just get that. Okay. And, Groff. Okay. Ooh, cool. Statue here. I assume this is going to be a dungeon and not just a place outside. Arachnix. Is it like a robot spider or something? Oh no, there's more over there. These spiders aren't really scary. Spiders seem sort of like a basic early game kind of RPG enemy. Oh, there we go. There's the dungeon. Oop, and lots of spiders, of course. They should have had more, like, steampunkish creatures or something. More spiders. Okay. But maybe they're going to have some weird monsters in here. I hope. I really hope. Come on. There we go. There we go. Vendigroth. Kind of cool down here. This game has been criticized for it looking like a little bit bare bones. Like, this was 2001, several years after the first and second Fallout games, and I can kind of see that. It's not. It doesn't really stand out. Like, this is a very old-fashioned kind of looking game for 2001 when we already had, like, Neverwinter Nights and things like that. Ouch. Vendigroth newspaper? Oh. Let me read this. Professor Hunley to test submersible. The Vendigroth Times. It looks exactly like our era. League of Scientists dispute his theories. That's interesting. I would read through that, but it's a little bit too, Plaguish Maiden. The font's a little bit too small for me to do that. Good. Schematic. What is this? Vivifier. Okay. No, I just got a sudden feel walking through here, maybe this game being a little bit, this area being a little bit, Bioshock-like. Not exactly, because the 1880s are very different from the 1950s. But still, there's sort of a vague feeling of that with these newspapers in this setting. I don't know why I felt that. Sound. Okay. Assume there's multiple levels. Really just spiders, that's it. Molten arachnid. Did that damage my weapon? No, it didn't. Good. Ooh. Did you cast a spell there? It's not a door. So I thought Tulla was like part of the Vendigroth civilization, but apparently not. It's its own separate little entity. But was it formed during the days of Vendigroth or afterwards? Because it seems to be in Vendigrothy territory. Junk pile. Ooh, key. Definitely like that. Now, newspaper and a battery. It's not very useful. Vent. Oh, okay. There's a whole. You just go through that hole in the wall there. Okay. Somehow this is kind of reminding me a little bit of Underrail. I don't know why, but this like underground technological civilization kind of reminds me of that. Siren spider. Door. Treasure chests. Ooh, gold. Bunch of plants that couldn't possibly still be useful 2,000 years later. That's where we came in. Arachnic's mother. Maybe they just didn't have the time or resources to make some sweet steampunk enemies for this area and just filled it with random junk. Arachnic's child, kill the younglings. If there's going to be like a boss type enemy in this area, like the early Fallouts, it didn't exactly have a boss per se, like a standard video gamey kind of boss usually, or it didn't feel like that. Plus 200 damage on a crit. That's pretty good. I don't know if you can control whether your characters gain the mastery part of your skills, because this getting dodge master isn't the same as just leveling up your dodge. You actually have to go and train as an apprentice, then an expert, then a master, and it's separate from gaining the stats here in the character level up screen. It's a little bit confusing, a little bit weird. Ancient gun chassis. It'd be pretty cool if the big mechanical artifact that we're trying to find just turns out to be like a gun or something like that. And be sort of like how Wizards ends, if you remember that. That would be pretty neat. I mean, I would prefer that there be a conclusion to this game that's just like a mixture of technology and magic. That would probably be the best for everyone. It's apparently a little bit hard to get that kind of a mixed character in the game. I think you're meant more to min-max one thing or the other, but you can do a mixed technologist magic user. It's just a little bit tricky to get it to pull it off right, from what I understand. There we go. I am eager to try out if I can do a technologist build of this game with everything that I know now about how to play. Chest, schematic, padded, other gloves. No. It is Vendigrothian war gauntlets. Okay. Maybe I can. Not going to find any Vendigrothian stuff in here. I'm just going to be able to get the crafting abilities for it or something, which is, you know, I guess that's fine. Crafting did seem a little bit complicated because you need to get like literally dozens of different items. It's not like one pair of gloves and one thing of steel. It's like 20 pieces of steel and 20 gloves, and then you can mix them together to make an item. It looked kind of peculiar to me. Okay. Did I go completely down here? Yeah, looks like I did. Maybe there are multiple dungeons and it's not just this one. And I have to go back upstairs and get through it or something. I was originally planning on getting like a giant two-handed sword, but when I got the katana, I'd already reached a point where I was just sailing through virtually all enemy encounters anyway. I didn't really feel like I needed to get... Oh, they were up here. Okay. The spacebar you can just use to switch back and forth between turn-based and real-time combat. There we go. Cure-all elixir of physical prowess. Guess I'll take that. Large bore Vendigrothian rifle and bullets. I'll give that to one of my guys. Magnus supposedly has some sort of gun abilities, but I've never, aside from the gun he started with, which was terrible, I've barely ever seen him use it. Okay, there's another vent to go through. Wait, did I check that chest? I'm gonna go take a look. Just to make sure. Yep, climb through the window, sure. Yes, I did. Okay. Let's see what is down here. Besides giant spiders. Seems very... maybe there's a reason for the spiders to be here. I don't know. Maybe there's perfectly lore-related stuff going on here. Vendigrothian elixir. Chest. Ancient gun chassis. I think we need that. Ow! Whoa, there's a lot of traps in here. Sometimes I feel like the traps in video games are just... they don't really exist for any good, cogent gameplay reason. They're just like tossed in there to justify a system that the developers put in there that really you could probably do without, but whatever. Let me just take a look at my notes. I hate I have to run through every single one of my like 50 pages of notes just to get to here. It should start at the end. Okay, petulance and spiritual intelligence. Vendigroth, we are alive. Okay, I did go to Vendigroth. Magic, retrieve the gem, acolytes. Is there a way downstairs? I'm not seeing much here. It was already in here. Probably already over here. This is where I entered. But are there more Vendigrothy ruins? No, I think that's sort of leaving the area. Maybe one of them. Wait. Maybe one of my guys picked it up. Let me check that just in case. I almost forgot that could happen. This is a medical arachnid that I picked up earlier on. Dagger, scroll, magic staff, backups. Notes. Gun I just picked up. No, I don't think so. I don't think they picked up anything. I'm guessing it has to be in that building, else I have to go back and tell them, hey, it wasn't there. Do you know any other places I could go? I assume I'll know this device when I see it. And it's not something I'm going to be perplexed about. Already went in there. Something they added, by the way, that I thought was pretty neat in Temple of Elemental Evil, that if you click on a chest, it'll tell you whether it is full or empty, which I thought was very, 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 very handy. Maybe there's something in the newspaper that tells me what I need to know. No, nothing over there. It's odd, I found 2 keys. Yeah, 2 Vendigroth keys. But as far as I could tell, I think I might have only used one of them that I saw. Strange. I'm sure I checked everything in here, as far as I can see. Let's check up here again, I guess. Kind of thought this was going to be a bigger, multi-layered dungeon. Oh no, wait, here's a room I haven't been in. Okay. Vent to a new area. Nice. Just missed that area there. Ow. That is a massive trap. In combat, it seems a little bit more useful if you are fighting a melee character to enter combat and then wait for them to come towards you, so they waste their action points walking towards you, then you wasting yours walking towards them. But if they have a ranged attack, it's better to run over and to enter combat before they can start their ranged and then get closer to them. 1,500 gold, I'll take it. What do we have here? Meds. Another key. Nothing. Nothing. Okay. Got to be down here somewhere.
Wow.
Spectrus
I've
Hunter
never seen
dead.
such a
Nice.
skillful blow.
The combat in this game actually really reminds me of Nox, if anyone played that sort of Diablo rip-off game from the early 2000s. I don't mean rip-off like I'm insulting it, I like the game. But it kind of reminded me of that. There's a red spider over here. Poisoned? I do like that my healer character has Cure Poison and will automatically cure me. I don't have to see it, just went away right there. He did it, I don't have to go through it myself. Siren Queen. Oh. Ooh, there's another vent. I don't know why I went into combat there, that's a little strange. Oh, these spiders actually have some gold, potentially. That's nice. Let's make sure I went through every area in here before I go through that vent. No, I did not go down. I didn't think I did everything here. There we go. Okay. Doesn't look like there's another vent over here. Okay, I'm just gonna get this. Can we reach this guy? Yeah, we can get there. Pathfinding is not perfect in this game, but that's a pretty minor complaint. If the combat were much harder, it would be a serious complaint, but it's pretty good. I have contemplating turning that difficulty up to hard from moderate, but I don't know. I don't want to rock the boat right now at the very end of the game area. Oh, there it was. There we go. Okay. Schematic. Cures. Healing salve. Schematic for Droke's Warbringer. That's a sword I can try to make. I do think the game was a little innovative in with the schematics, because it definitely lets you find a purpose for collecting tons and tons of junk that would otherwise be useful. That was always kind of a questionable activity. Okay, we have not gone down there. But you may want to collect the junk if you want to make something really good. just not a not a big crafter kind of guy. Venom, CK sugar. How are they of specific types of sugar that only exist in the modern age? Here. Okay. Aha! Other vent. Go deeper and deeper. Vendigrothian sheet metal. Actually, I'm gonna leave this. I'll bring the sheet metal now, just in case there's. I can craft something with it. Ooh. Oh, here we go. Oh no, and they damage my weapon. Okay, let's see if I can punch them. Oh, I do take hit point damage if I just punch an enemy that would otherwise break a weapon. That's always no, don't damage your weapon. You need that, bro. I think I may need to take this because I don't want him to break his weapon. We do have the ability to get them fixed now, thankfully. So it shouldn't be that much of an issue, I hope, but identify dagger. Yeah, I guess so, for now. And what should I take?
How can I help you?
Gun, no. Mystic staff. Magic staff. Guess I'll take this staff. Oh, and I need to put my shield down, of course.
How can I help?
Okay.
How can I help you?
Don't have anything else I could use, maybe. A dagger, I guess, but. Yeah. Maybe punching is just for the best, but whatever. We'll see what happens. Okay. Yep, my weapon is breaking, but this is a trash weapon I don't care about. It's not that important. And she is a ranged weapon, so she'll be okay, I think. And these two just have, like, meh weapons that are not all that important. Here, another thing that's sort of like a adding something into a game that isn't very fun, just as an excuse to include a new system, is repair. I like it in some games. You know, I do like breakable weapons, say in a survival game like Conan Exiles, or I like it in Fallout New Vegas to some degree, but here, I don't know. It just seems kind of a roadblock. That's a nuisance. Isn't broke yet? It's going to be broke soon. Perfect. Treasure chest. But I seem to be doing okay just punching them. And my health wasn't going down that much, so. Come on.
How may I help you?
Come on, guys. Oh, it's locked. Okay. Metal door. Let me see if I can get that unlocking charm thing. Okay. Charm unlocking. No, it didn't do anything. No, it didn't do anything. It's fucking scamming me here. A bunch of bullshit. Alright, let's see if I can find a... I assume there's another key somewhere. Another passage. Yeah, I'm doing okay just punching these guys. Ow, 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 ow. As long as my healers just keep healing. I think Raven also has healing ability, but because I can't tell her what to do, she acts on her own. I can't really control that, so just have to see what happens. There we go. Chest. 250 gold, that's pretty sweet. Come on, move. Unknown chemical compound. I
How may I help?
guess that's not it? Probably? I'll just use this dagger, I guess, for a while. Just burn through all the crap that I don't use normally. Probably should have guessed that the enemies in here were going to be these mechanical things that are going to damage my my weapons, but whatever. Came in through here? No, wait. Well, I came in down here, I think. Let's just explore every room, kill everything we find. Standard play. Wish I could find some weapons in here, but I've only found Vendigroth guns, and I don't really have the ability to use those. And I think you need the perception stat to use them appropriately anyway, which... I mean, maybe if I just had to burn through every single one of my... This was the way I came in. Okay, that I remember that now. There we go. Maybe these automatons aren't that tough. Ooh, key. Nice. That's exactly what we were looking for. Vendigroth newspaper, which you don't need. Oh, I already know this. Okay, well. No. Oh. When I clicked on it, they must have thought that I was saying to destroy it and just... Oh, wow. Whatever. And the Dagger of Speed is broken. Perfect. Let's see if I can...
What is it that you want?
Get another staff weapon from him. His weapon is not broken because I don't think he's been in melee yet. Okay. That was the sword I found earlier in the jungle area. There we go. Nice. Took some damage from the trap there or something. Nope, I already...
How can I help?
Here's this one. Let's see if I can find out what Drox... Where are my craftables? Find in the world. Wheel Clan Spectacles, Mental Inhibitor, Pyrotechnic Bow, Bronwek's Gun. See, do I really need 40 ancient gun chassis to get that? Automaton, Elite plate. I don't think I've even found that yet. Vendigrothian war gauntlets. Oh, I could make these. Oh wait, no. Does it really mean 90 sheet metal? Is that right? It can't be right. Maybe I was reading this wrong. Brain builder. Vivifier. These I don't think I know any of. Because I have to learn them in the upgrade screen. Okay. So let's go down that passage. Here we go. This is a big area. Ooh. What is this? Altar? All gods have a father, and he watches over them. His children call as children all. He holds them all as gems. But Valorian's hard and old, and his ways are set in stone. He has all and expects all, with your life you will atone. But beware what you give, if his children you don't know. Valorian takes all and returns all, and his power he'll bestow. Now, something that I haven't really engaged with very much so far in this... Ow! Well, perfect, I just died instantly. Great. Something I haven't really engaged with much in this game is that... ooh, there's the game over screen. Is that it's nice that my companions took the time to bury me. Oh, and the game, it literally quit out of the game, I think. That's sort of like... That's a weird, like... Games way back in the day used to, like, quit to DOS if you lost. Which is really weird. Nowadays, I wouldn't expect that from 2001. That's way too late for that. Okay. But something I haven't really engaged with in the game is that there actually are gods in this world, and you can gain blessings and curses from them if you do favors for them. And I never really bothered with any of that because I was focused on the main story, you know, rather than doing the side quests. I didn't really want to go through all of that, but that is a fun little experience you can get. Vent. Oh, well, we already... Oh, okay. This is the other side. I was gonna think we had to go back to this vent. But I guess not. Oh boy, I am totally lost about where we need to go now, though. Okay, so we went through... Go around back here. Going down this way. Let's just check out here. I think we came in through here. Yeah, that looks like it. Let's go back. Maybe this altar has something to do with getting the device we need. Somehow. I think I've explored everything over here. So let's head back. I guess this is it. I'm just getting so turned around. I don't know if there's one obscure place I just haven't gone yet. Let's back out. Read this again. That's what follows his children call it holds him on the chain. It's hard and old, set in stone, your life years atone. But beware what you give, if his children you don't know. Valerian takes all and returns all, and his powers he'll bestow. That is a very puzzling thing. Because if I walk onto it, I just die. So... Any item I could use there? There's a fourth Vendigrothian key that I don't know if I used. Vendigrothian elixir? Do I have to place something on here, maybe? What was that item we found?
How may I help?
Unknown chemical compound. Nope, that was definitely not it. Maybe that's just ice. I thought this might have been special, but maybe it's just a crafting thing. Altar. Strange. Let's see. Altar. Check to make sure there's no other places to go. Missed. No. Nothing. Junk pile? Oh no, I put that here, I remember now. Very confusing dungeon here. Aha! There's stairs down. There we go. Okay, we're back in business. More automatons. But I'm so strong I can just, even if all my weapons break, I can just punch these guys and it's not going to be a big deal. You can, when you level up, add points directly to fatigue or health, but it's such a small amount and it's so pitiful compared to what you get for leveling up a stat that I barely even do it. Chest. Aha! A device. There we go. Vendigrothian device. What could this device... Is this all we need? I mean, maybe this is it. We can just go to, you know, the... and talk with Nasruddin the elf boy. Elf Jesus. I do want to just quickly go back to that altar and see if walking onto it, the altar with the device... Oh, I can use the device as an item. That's interesting. I guess we have to use it on Aranax. Can I use the device on this? No, I can't. It's gonna just kill me? Yep, it just killed me. Thought maybe it had something to do with that, but maybe not. Okay. So let's go see if we can... Should we go directly? I guess we have to go directly back to the Ring of Brogdor, and our friend there, Elf Jesus Nasruddin, will take us to hell, essentially, the void. Okay. I think we came in here. Back this way, I think. know where I use that 4th Vendigroth key, now that I think about it. I'm missing something there, but we'll see what happens. So I think that I'm going to call it an episode when, if I get into the hellscape. But before that, I don't want to show the hellscape and what it looks like, just to see. This is my first time experiencing it. I want to show you guys what it is. Gateway to the Wastes. Layer of Boyarsky. Where is the Ring of Brogdar? Mine, Stillwater. Oh, where is that Ring of Brogdar? Did he not mark it on the map? Layer of the Bogaroth. I have to find out where the Ring of Brogdar is. I don't think he marked it on my map, asshole. Okay, it turns out that the Ring of Brogdar is not a marked location on the map. It's in a town, and I did not remember that at all. I had no clue where it was, so I had to look it up. It's in this small town called Roseboro on the far west coast of the map. I think it's over there. But I'm going to end after showing the Void to you guys, but I want to know what your feelings are about these kinds of games. First, in the technical sense of the fact that this is an older Fallout 1 and 2 style game, would you still be able to enjoy something like this? Because I was really, really into it. And I actually did not nearly enjoy hardly as much Temple of Elemental Evil, which was a much more technically advanced game than this one. I just had so much more enjoyment playing this one than that. Where is that thing? Where is that Ring of Brogdar? There it is. I see it. And but I loved this game. I expected to be as nonplussed about the combat as I was about the combat in Fallout 1 and 2, where like it's okay, but it's not what we came here for. I loved it. I think it was a lot more straightforward and fun and fast and easy than Fallout 1 and 2. And outside of just a technical level, how do you feel about a game that is set in a steampunk kind of Victorian setting, mixing the classic medieval fantasy with modern guns and technology? And if you think that, does that work for you? Is that something you didn't really come for and didn't enjoy? Have you played this game before, and what your experiences of were playing it? If you were like me and knew about it vaguely for a while, but didn't play it until over 2 decades after it came out, or did you play it right when it came out? And yeah, I've been having a great time with this. It's incredible. The story is great. The characters are amazing. The combat is excellent. The world exploration has been really, really engaging. The only thing that I'm not super crazy about is the music is very depressing. It's great. It's great music, but it kind of deflates my morality when I try to play it. But yeah, let's go talk to Elf Jesus. Are you prepared to face Aranax? Yes. Then it is time. May your goals accompany you to the other side and help you stop Aranax. They'd better, or we're all gonna die. Okay, we're in the void, I guess. Yep, there it is. Don't know what we're supposed to do. Guess we have to fight these demons. It's always a little bit strange when gods coexist with technology in a way, because if these gods came about in the pre-modern times, adapting them into the era of technology is always going to be intriguing. I did enjoy that they were able to really dive deep into the Victorian era and include Victorian era racism, Victorian ethnology, exploration, exploitation, colonization of other cultures, the changing of older animist religions with a more modern monotheistic religion, which is sort of like what the Panari religion is like. Now, there are supposedly a number of those demons and evil creatures that he banished back into here. Oh, there we go. They walk onto this. Ooh, it's got a cool, like, almost... It kind of reminds me a little bit of the Silent Hill interpretation of hell, because it's like a hyper-technologized sort of hell, you know, where they took in Silent Hill, instead of going for Dantean fire and stone and beasts, they went for more of an industrialized World War I barbed wire killing field, or post-World War II nuclear apocalypse kind of hell. And they had their own interpretation of it, but it really looks cool and alien and weird, and I really enjoy this. This is pretty awesome. Definitely not even close to struggling with any of these fights, though, so that's something. We've encountered these demons before, these jellyfish demons, back in the main game, back when they were actually a challenge, but now they're doing basically no damage to us. We're pretty much immune to these guys, almost. Not immune, but, I mean, it barely did any damage. And we're not even wearing, like, the best kind of plate armor. We're just, you know, we have, like, basic magic plate armor.
Think twice before attacking us again, eh?
So I think I'm going to call it an end here. Just wanted to show the pit of hell, the inferno, for everyone to see. Of course, let me know what you think of Arcanum. If you think about getting the game, it's usually available for very cheap on Steam. Yeah, very cheap when it goes on sale. I think it was like a couple of dollars at most. So, yeah, thank you very much and have a good night. Okay, so it turns out that the final boss was much closer than I thought, so I decided to just go here and show it.
This moment has come. I am Kurgan, first of the necromancers, voyager in the lands of the dead. I would think not. Although I know that you've already spoken with Aronnax, so you probably know much of my tale. Tell me, what do you think of what has transpired? My life, in the world you call Arcanum, seems so very distant. The memories clouded like those of a child, and a child I was then, probing the darker magics, given glimpses of the truths yet to come. Yes, look at me, and what do you see? A monster? An abomination? You've no idea what I've discovered. You see with eyes tainted by life, and all which that accursed state embodies. My vision is clear because of those magics you hold in disdain, and the Council. It is they I have to thank for it. In your world, your Arcanum, I was powerful. Perhaps the most powerful human magicka who has ever been. But to humans, cursed with our shortness of life, our brevity, what is this power? What can be learned in that impermanent spark that is our lives? Nothing. But here, in this so-called prison, there are no limits. There is no end. This place, this void, has no time as you know it. I've been here for more than 2,000 of your years, and yet I've aged not at all. I feel as I did the moment they sent me here, or as when the Dark Elves first called to me. Do you now see? Here I can do everything I did in your world, but I am unfettered by the chains of mortality that time hangs upon us. Yes, I know. Ironic, isn't it? It was on my ears that their feeble and pathetic cries had fallen. To me, Kurgan, who had defeated their master and thrown him in chains. Kurgan, who had manipulated them into subverting the Panari and weakening the wards. Kurgan, who used them to send me the dwarves of the Black Mountain clan, who have now finished the bridge back to Arcanum. I truly wish I could. My reasons for returning aren't what you'd think. I had no aspirations for power or domination like your companion Aranax did. Aspirations that I became the victim of. No. Those are the motivations of the living, and I no longer place myself among them. If only I could show you the places I've seen, you might understand the things I say. I've been to the desolate lands, wandered by those souls who still see the lands of the living, but wear the cloak of the dead. Blind to their own ends, they cry, passing through one another like shadows in the dying light of day.
Aranax has a wonderful voice.
I've traveled to where souls rot in torment, pierced with the jagged shards of life and vision, clinging to memory, regrets of the flesh. I saw that this prison was of their own making, and the key was in unknowing, in release. And still, I traveled on. And finally, I came to the place where souls go to die, where the mirrored and worn spirits fall into an endless sea of gray, mirrored glass. And I lowered myself within, and lay there among them, and I almost did not return. And do you know what I found there? There, among the silent and battered shells of the innumerable, peace, enlightenment, truth. Only then did I realize that this place, this life, is an abomination, a horrible distortion of the natural order. This life, who mothered pain and fear and envy, these twisted children who exist only because we are here to feed them, to nourish them. This life, this afterthought, a disturbance, a mere ripple in that great, dead sea, not even the cause, but merely an effect, sending these souls upward, screaming for release from the day they are torn from their waters. The effect of what? I do not know, nor do I care. Have you ever spoken with the dead? Called to them from this side? Pulled them from their silent rest?
All the time.
Do you know what it is that they feel? Pain. Pain when torn into this wakefulness. This reminder of the chaos from which they had escaped. Pain at having to live. There will be no more pain. There will be no more chaos.
So Aranax's goals here are very interesting, and you don't necessarily hear them all from a quote-unquote villain in a video game or anything very often. But he's basically espousing a highly Gnostic interpretation of the world, which is one, that I have a lot of sympathy for, which is that the material world, the physical reality that we exist in, is inherently evil. It's one of pain and horror and suffering and despair, and the way to actually be at peace is to leave this endless, constant suffering of material existence and go back to the starting state that we all began with back in the ancient days, before we were all separated into different states of existence, of life and death. And, to be honest, it sounds very realistic and very true in a lot of ways. This idea of being at peace is being a sort of constantly united with all other souls in an everlasting non-existence that we could go back to. And to be honest, if I were actually in this situation really with Aranax, I might agree with him and just side with him. The only thing holding me back is that he's being so obviously evil to it. He's clearly just being so malevolent in his actions that I can't entirely agree that it's true or good what he's doing. Yet he's just trying to bring everyone to death and creating more suffering, in the world that he's trying to bring about.
Death is the natural state of things, and life is a distortion of the natural order. I will put an end to it once and for all. Of course.
And amazingly, you can actually talk your way out of the fight and just convince the character that he's wrong. Well, I think do you have to fight him? I forget if you do have to actually fight him or if you can completely speech check your way out of the battle, but that's also a very Fallout kind of thing to do. I decided with my character to go against this because in some ways, even though I agree with what he's saying, I recognize that there are so many people out there that strongly disagree with what I'm saying and what he's saying here about this sort of Gnostic, the material world is evil idea. And it's really about consent, if you consent to believe that the world is just a meaningless void of suffering and you just want to exit it, you should just do it yourself. But forcing other people not to live because of what I believe, I wouldn't agree with. So if you consensually believe that, great, but he's trying to take away the choice of millions of people to decide to live, which they would happily do and never consider otherwise. So that's why I would kind of go against him here.
Perceptions on the nature of life and death are no different. That only bothers you because you see your creation as the natural order of things. I've told you it's only the effect of a meddler, the incoherent scribblings of a child. It's not meant to be.
And then the battle begins, and he turns into this pretty cool-looking monster. Sort of looks like a Zerg to me, in a way, like the Defiler Zerg, if you remember what that looked like. And the final boss is a little bit more challenging, and I had to use a couple of potions here and there, but really the game was just wildly out of whack in terms of difficulty, and we managed to just trash the final boss pretty darn easily without even exhausting all of our extra potions and all that. So, looking back on it a little bit after beating the game, I feel like the difficulty was a little bit peculiar. I thought when I first played the game, like the first couple of hours, the difficulty seemed too hard, but after a while it actually morphed and became too easy, which is a little bit strange. Troika always had some weirdness going on with the gameplay aspect of their games, where they have these amazing... It reminds me of Planescape Torment, because it, has this amazing story and setting and atmosphere, but the actual game part is a little bit on the questionable side, so... Yeah, this final boss fight is, it's okay. I enjoyed the philosophical discussion beforehand, but, before the actual combat began, but whatever. And, it is a little bit weird that we spend the entire game building things up towards fighting this one enemy, Aranax, and learning about him, and sort of tying in his beliefs and actions with the main story and the setting, like his elven supremacist views and his relationship to technology. But then they completely go off the rails at the very end and say, well, actually, that thing we've been talking about this entire time, he isn't actually the enemy. And all of these discussions and concepts we've been having about technology and magic aren't necessarily important compared to life itself being somehow meaningless, which is... I don't know if I necessarily like that idea that, I think preferably the main villain should remain the main villain, and he shouldn't pull the rug out of everyone at the very end and say, oh, well, actually, some other guy with a completely different philosophical set of issues going on that we haven't really had time to talk about very extensively, at least as text. Maybe there was subtext about the meaninglessness of existence or something that I just didn't notice very much. But I would prefer Aranax to be the main bad guy here, even though Aranax, honestly, less interesting than Kurgan in what he's saying, But if it was Kurgan all this time, we should have just figured that out at some point early on and worked philosophically under that attitude and see where it was going. I think here's where I use the machine against him in order to prevent him from infinitely healing himself. I guess that's why you have to actually send someone to the void, because they could just immediately heal themselves. You can't really kill someone if they're a all-powerful wizard in this world.
The defeat of Lucan and his henchmen, coupled with your freeing of the ghost of Bessie Toon, enabled Shrouded Hills to grow and become a thriving community once again. A new silver vein is discovered in the old Bessie Toon mine. Workers pour into town by the dozens, and within a few years, Shrouded Hills is a bustling boom town. Such towns often have problems keeping the peace. Shrouded Hills has no such trouble, mainly due to the efforts of their new sheriff.
And I'm glad that I played this now, because recently, only in the past year or so, there has been some developments involving the complicated ownership of various intellectual property rights with Arcanum, and apparently it's much more likely that we could actually get an Arcanum sequel as of now, at least according to Mortismal Gaming on his channel, who made a video about this a few months ago. We could, in theory, see a second game in this series, and I think especially with the success of Bloodborne about a decade ago now, it's proven that the Victorian-era RPG game can be highly, highly successful. So there's no reason to think that we couldn't get a second Arcanum, although it's probably still pretty unlikely, because it's a kind of an obscure IP, but there have been plenty of other obscure IPs that have gotten remasters, remakes, sequels. It could still possibly happen, and I think, what about this idea I was thinking by the end of the game? What if the second Arcanum game actually leans even further into the Fallout setting and takes place after technology has succeeded in dominating the world and created some sort of horrible nuclear holocaust and created some sort of horrible nuclear catastrophe that has made the world post-apocalyptic, and the battle for science and technology has to go wizard style, actually in a post-apocalyptic wasteland. And, maybe, tell me if you think that's a little bit too Fallout-like. Maybe it is, I don't know. But I just think that would be a really unique and interesting way to continue the story. Because once you reach a point, it's like, technology has to be superior to magic, right? It's going to win over the feudal kingdoms beforehand. But what if we reach a point where technology just destroys the environment, maybe through global warming or a nuclear catastrophe? Or, some sort of apocalypse happens because of technology, and then technology and magic have to fight it out in the ruins afterwards. So yeah, those are my... I do think that there's a lot of potential in the Arcanum world, especially because if you change the combat a little bit, maybe made it a little bit more Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous-like, or Baldur's Gate 3-like, then you can make it so much better. So anyway, there's a lot of potential in this series. Thank you very much, and have a good night.